Man, my bag, everybody. I forgot to put that motherfucker on. Let's go. I got from the fifth. I'm smoking
That's some diamonds you gon' see. Going up the top shelf. Find around my neck. When a bad bitch with me, rolling weed. That I got for the good dispensary out West Montgomery. In these H-Town streets, you gon' see me. Rolling down 45, getting high, sipping on drain. 288, can't wait to make that devil hear the song. I'm from Lakers home, everybody know me. It's the M-O-K-E-Y, yeah, you know that monkey. With that nigga bull, Tiger Hood, you gon' see me. Smoking, rolling, choking on that good smoke. Eyes like Chinese, every time you see me.
H-Town to a vessel, I can get my smoke on. I'm hooked on the dispensary, all I want is the two zone. Got me moving like a turtle. Type don't even smoke, but he can't come out the field. 2.5 on him, say he got it from the dispensary. Straight with Rusty T-Mac, got me buzz like V-Pack. Give me nitro, that's a jet fuel pack. By the time like a rocket when I'm smoking on the rock. I be looking gas face.
Wicked baby.
Cherries and lime. My own shit. And grow my own forest.
My own forest.
Like the dispensary. Going off the top shelf. That I got for.
Man, you might as well go smoke you what roll you what up, man. We dad to go down through there. I don't give a damn.
See the slickers down here, man.
What's up, Uncle P in the motherfucking building?
Shout out to the worldwide Texas niggas. The worldwide Cowboys. But hey, yeah.
I ain't never been a sucker for love, hard colder than the ice box. Riding none of these city lights with the top down gas and my switches. Don't stop the banging in my speaker. Turn me young, I'm trying to hear my dope-to-dope. Call a drink, man, about to fold up a fold. Lord knows I'm an outlaw. We don't talk to police. We don't trip on no hoe. We sing to the beat go, and if you get out of line, I'ma hit you with that iron. I swear I don't play no game, as I swing the lane. Smoking everything on the airplane, getting my high to the sky like a rocket. Please don't knock it. Mama, don't let your baby grow up to be a cowboy in these streets. No. Mama, please don't let the boy grow up to be a cowboy in these streets. With the candy cane, smoking like pippin' at the hold down. On my side of town, and after the alligator, with the bad bitch heart breaker, and been the boat. I've been wild since a child.
Mama, don't let your son grow up to be cowboy. To be
No.
cowboy. I say, mama, don't let your son grow up to be a cowboy. Be a cowboy.
In these streets, I've been out the wagon, candy train with the red flag in it. When the sun goes down on my side of town, I'm pouring up a cup.
Dirt bikes, 4-wheelers, take over the streets. them Willis. Gas full of Nissa.
84
84
still
still
pimping,
pimping,
cowboy swag with a little bit of
little bit
pimping.
of pimping.
445 with the
With the
extended clip
extended
with it.
clip with it. Man, what the motherfucking deal is, boy? You is now rocking with TMB Monkey, man. Say, man, I'm lifted and lifted off right now. I'm high in the motherfucker. Just got through fucking with my boy, building conversation. Shout out to building conversation, man. Shout out to my boy Uncle P. I got Uncle P in the motherfucking building. This over here, this over here is where you can really, really let your hair down and say what you really, how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Cause like I don't. You come on, a white boy can come on this bitch and call me a nigga right now, and I'm gonna respect that. Cause that's how you feel. Everyone's opinions and views are valid over here with TMB and Monkey Man. Man, check out my nigga Jamil Peterson now. Jamil Peterson a motherfucker. He's a comedian and he do all the P Diddy thing. And me, like I say, people been watching me. They looking at your boy. I ain't gotta lie. I know I be doing my thing, but you never know who watches until you know who watches.
All right. Sometimes it takes them a while. They don't send the notifications out all the time. You know what I mean? TMB with Monkey Man. Salute
Hold
to
on.
TMB with Monkey Man. Keep up the good work, dude. I'm checking you out. I got my eyes on you, Monkey Man.
Hold on. I didn't like well fuck. Y'all heard nigga. I hate this stream, y'all. I'm trying to learn it. Cause it be skipping like a motherfucker. I ain't no yeah, man, we were you not rocking one. So then bam, so let me go ahead and go on through that.
Now then, did you get chopped and screwed by a competitor who said they were going to hook it up, then went ghost when it was time for your delivery? Here at Gallery Furniture, we stay knocking on doors like Pimp C and Little Kiki. And when you cop from Gallery Furniture, in 4 hours or less, our delivery team is going to show up and show out because we don't do it for the clout. This is what Gallery Furniture and we are all about. We can't leave you riding dirty on that hand-me-down sofa. We need you to shine so clean with that new from Gallery Furniture. Text me, Mattress Mac, your triple OG partner from the north side at 281-844-1963. I'm going to plug you in with $600 off your purchase of $2,000 or more because a real hustler like you got to be living lavish. And if your credit is all up, I run it like Chameleonaire and Slim Thugger. Pull up to any Gallery Furniture location. We're going to fight to get you financing like when I fought Muhammad Ali many years ago, the greatest of all time. Let's get it.
That nigga Mattress Mac trying to get his hustle on. Say, boy, I fuck with Mattress Mac. Say, man, if y'all don't know who that is, man, that's that nigga that got that money down here, man, in Houston, man. That's Mattress Mac, man. That's Jim McInville, man. And Master Mac, man. Say, man, that man got his money and everything, man. This man sipping syrup and all type of shit. Now, we done turf this man out. He used to be, yeah, shit. If we gonna talk about Vernon Maxwell, we gonna talk about this nigga too. That nigga, that was a stump down crackhead. This man right here, Jim McInville. That man started selling furniture out of tent. Now this nigga furnished the NFL, NBA, baseball, all the niggas. I'm gonna give you an inside tip. Go look up the real person on the blind side. And she's an interior decorator. The lady on the blind side who Sandra Bullock played. She's an interior decorator. Guess who she get her furniture from for all the NFL players? Hmm. They do it on the real documentary. You gonna hear talking to Gary Furniture on the phone. Sorry, man. Welcome to H Time, man. Well, we got the niggas sipping drink that own furniture stores and shit. Ain't no telling who they. I know the whole Texas organization sipping oil. Hey man, that's all money. That's all money, not the pharmaceutical oil, but real life oil, shell type. I don't know what oil company or where they get their oil, where it go. They got that oil money. Them Lanil's, McNair's, whatever the motherfucking last name is, they got that money. They got that motherfucking money, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What else?
Father God, Lord Jesus, the creator of heaven and the earth, we come before you right now. Somebody called you a burden bearer. Somebody called you a heavy load carrier. Somebody called you a wheel in the middle of a wheel. But I'd like to call you the creator of all things right now. For you put a leaf on a limb, and a limb on a branch, and a branch on a tree, and a tree on some roots, and the roots in the dirt, and the dirt in a hole, and the hole in the ground, and the green grass grew all around and around. The green grass grew all around Jesus. Now I want to thank you for chicken. Thank God for chicken. Didn't have to do
You
it,
didn't
but he
have to do
did.
it.
Gave you 2 eggs, 2
Yeah.
fries, 2 breakfasts,
You didn't have to do it,
2
but you did.
wings,
Yeah.
put sauce on it. And I can hear that chicken tonight, Lord, as he offer up a sacrifice of praise. I
Yeah.
believe I can fry.
Let's go back to that boy. That dude right there, man. Y'all see him? I forgot his name, but I'm talking about the original character from Madea that did that. That boy Curtis Payne, man. That's the real nigga who did that, though, man. Say that nigga got died up through up in there though before he got to the chicken, boy. That nigga went died through there. Say, man, that boy, that nigga say, I don't even want to think of shit. No bullshit, man. Say, man, chicken. I understand. I can see why a motherfucking pig is sinful because you should not be able to eat the whole goddamn animal. That's the only reason why I can see. Ain't can't nothing that damn good where you eat from head to toe. You gotta throw something away. Nigga eat hog head, cheese, pig ears, pig tails. Know what I'm saying? Like pig feet. Ain't nothing else you eat feet. Now he trying to do this chicken feet shit, but that's that African shit. That's why I know I ain't from Africa. For one thing, I don't want to eat with my hands unless it is a sandwich or a hamburger though. Like I don't like nigga, you don't they say you ain't supposed to eat food, you swallow that shit. Bitch, I like to chew my food. I like to taste something and see what's up in there, what ingredients you're adding to this motherfucker. You understand me? Yeah, man. Hold on. I'm in the see. Man, shout out to Building Conversation though, man. I didn't know the young homie, bro. Like the dude, I don't know about back in the gap, bro, where they found the young man trapped in the mat. Shit, man, they come to find out that boy didn't have no organs inside of him like they did some human trafficking type shit allegedly. You feel me? That was crazy to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the family and the friends of that young man, but that shit crazy, man. That's why I say, man, it be weird shit going on to the point where I don't understand. Well, like, how do that shit come unseen? So you mean to tell me ain't no camera footage of this young man walking through the school or anything that's gonna lead up to the point to where you gonna tell me he gone? It can't be that easy. Oh, my boy Bearded in the building. It can't be that easy, man. Like, and it's crazy because it's a lot of shit. That's why, bro. Like, I understand people talking about we living in a simulation, man. Ain't none of this. Okay, it could be a simulation, but really it's reality though. And we only ask questions amongst ourselves, man. We need to ask the people, man. What the fuck? How? What you mean? Ain't no way in hell anybody loved one should pass and they should be in the dark, bro. Should nobody loved one be in the dark, bro? Behind somebody passing, bro. That shit is crazy to me, bro. But that's the shit we supposed to be fighting for. We too busy fighting each other. That's the shit. The girl that's in Chicago that they found dead in the in the freezer. We need to be asking questions. Why is the foot Sandra Bland, Breonna Taylor? Oh, you give a nigga a few $1,000,000 and it's gonna everybody sit down. Man, come on, bro. Fuck that shit. My child could be next. Your cousin could be next. Your brother, your son, your sister, your anybody could be next. And all they gonna do is settle out for some money. We give them a few $1,000,000, they gonna settle out. They gonna be good. Cause y'all to see the Floyds down here flossing and flipping. Yeah. Niggas ain't talking about that. They flossing and flipping. They not really throwing it back like that. And they don't have to, but I'm just saying, let's keep let's keep the shit going. Let's keep our foot, let's keep our foot on the police neck like they did him. We not finna settle that. The money you give me gonna use the fuel the fight. Let's speak on the real. Let's speak on the truth. What's really going on, bro? And I can't help it. It is the truth, bro. Because we'll sell a lot for some money. That all niggas always gonna sell a lot for the money, for the crumbs after a while. Cause shit, once they find out you got the money, you gotta share the money with the whole everybody that know you got money. Cause now if you don't, they gonna rob you, or you a bitch ass nigga, or she on, or they Kevin, they don't act the same. So then you want to help everybody start a business that never had a business till you got the money. How the fuck you gonna go into a business with a nigga that just had a business soon as you got the money? You never heard this nigga ever have a dream. All of a sudden you got the money, now this nigga got a dream. This nigga got a focus and an ambition that he know would work when this nigga ain't even got no paperwork for the shit. And you wonder why sometimes it ain't that we don't spend with black business. Black businesses don't do enough research to keep the business going, keep it maintained. A nigga make a few. Look at the turkey leg hut. Nigga made too much money too quick, didn't know what to do with it. That's what I hate. When you niggas get this goddamn money, y'all don't know how to mine. You niggas don't know what to do. Y'all want to go buy hoes. And then y'all buy fake hoes. Fake titty, big booty, fake booty hoes. All this here shit. Fuck the money out. And then your bitch ass on ESPN working for Crumb. Some of them, not all of them. Ain't no way in hell Zion Williams supposed to came into the league fucking porno star. Not to, and I don't give a damn how much social media. Them the young niggas we supposed to be protecting, bro. He don't know no better. Somebody got to put him on the pimping of these hoes. Bitch, you got money. You are the man. You are the shit right now in the room. You can pick and choose. You been jacking off to her as a little boy. Stop that, homie. You wanted to fuck her. We understand, but nigga, don't let this be in the public. Somebody say, man, that hoe is trouble. You done put this hoe on the payroll. I keep telling you niggas, once you put the bitch on the payroll, you must pay. Look at R. Kelly, look at P. Diddy. They're gonna tell your business. Can't put a bitch on the payroll and cut her off. It been getting 100,000 a month. 100,000 a month? A side bitch? I'm in the wrong business. I need to be somebody's side bitch. If I can make that much money, god damn. That's why the youngsters don't look at these niggas, because they look at these niggas as simps, bro. Nigga looked up to Michael Jordan. Nigga looked up to Akeem Olajuwon. Nigga looked up to Clyde Drexler, shit like that, man. Iverson and shit. Man, these niggas out here buying porno pussy. You can go buy it. You ain't, man, you ain't gotta buy that pussy. You think gonna look at it. I ain't gonna lie though. But I don't know, like with Shannon Sharp, I'm gonna tell you the God of the truth, Billy. I really believe he trying his hardest though to help black people or help anybody. He just, we too busy worrying about is he gay or not. And he too busy trying to let us know he not gay, or if he is gay, he trying too hard to let us know he not, or I don't know, bro. Like I don't, bro. One thing I don't care about is what the people say. They gonna say something whether you doing good or bad, bro. Ain't nobody gonna like shit. Some people don't like shit, some people do. Because some people use shit to fertilize. Some people just don't like shit because it stinks. According to what you're doing with the shit. With it, you know what I'm saying? According to what you're doing with the shit. Shannon Sharp, like I say, even to see him sit there and have a conversation with his brother, bro, that was because like it was cool. Like he a down to earth nigga. Yeah, I mean, we never knew Shannon Sharp other than a football player, so I'm gonna leave it at that. Because once I get to learn about a nigga sexuality or whatever, all I know is he promoting the people that's preaching the bullshit that the government doing. Because when these folks go on Joe Rogan, nobody got nothing to say. But half you niggas don't even watch Joe Rogan because you motherfuckers' mind ain't even that philosophical. Philosophical. I know, and I'm not talking about the bearded conversations in the Uncle P's. I'm talking about the niggas that I know. They don't even know who the fuck Joe Rogan is, probably. Is more than Offset, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Stevie J, all these old bullshit hoe ass Soldier Boy, all these bullshit hoe ass Diddy part ass niggas. Man, fuck them niggas, man. They can't get on the boat. They can't get on the boat, bro. They can't get on the boat. They better not even look at the boat. Your number going up on subs. Need 99 more for one part of monetization channel. For real, man, I didn't even know that. Shannon prefers a Gucci purse and a Jacob. I know, but he still give everybody a chance that wanna speak. Cause I know one thing about Shannon, he'll go down in that bitch but he'll give one thing I do like about Shannon. If a nigga don't want to touch on that subject, he won't push the issue, and I will give him that. Cause a lot of these niggas don't respect a lot of none of that shit when it's come down to sitting down. Because this is what's killing me, and I'm gonna tell the God on the truth. Shit, Vlad TV, Adam 21, none of them white folks should be talking about nigga culture. Hip hop cool, but nigga culture, no. Gang culture, no. No. Hell no. Cause I can't talk KKK business. I can't talk white supremacy business. So why is you talking nigga business? That's what's wrong with y'all. We will sell out though. Then you done talk this big bad shit, and now you dead like the little homie that got killed down here. The BT, I forgot the nigga name that supposed to kill the nigga that tried to rob him, and then he took a picture in front of all the blood, and then this nigga people came down here in Houston and killed this man. He was some rapper, but he was a scammer though. He wasn't them rap. Scammers got a motherfucking rap genre now. Do you know computer scammers got a rap genre? I'm gonna say this one more motherfucking time. Do you know? Cause that's who Bandman Kiwi is. Bandman Kevo, whatever that nigga. Them niggas are motherfucking scammers that rap. But this the cold part about it. If you know they doing like, but then they gotta let them make it because if another nigga rap about murder and another nigga rap about credit card fraud and another nigga rap about, they might well let it go. I was gonna say, well, how them niggas don't go to jail? We worry about the wrong shit, man. And I'm gonna stand on this. I don't care how anybody feel. Cassie deserve every bit of that goddamn ass whooping she got because, bitch, that's, see, I keep telling y'all, and don't take this the wrong way when I say this, women. Y'all never been hit by a millionaire. Y'all been getting beat up by broke niggas. That's different. Yeah, that hurts the soul. That shit don't hurt that bitch when you can sue a nigga for $30 million. I want a nigga to hit me and drag me down the hallway. See, it's different when you coming up in the ghetto though, or you coming up just trying to live, have a normal life, and this nigga ain't got 3 pennies to throw at the wall, and I'm getting beaten, drugged by this nigga. That's different. Our heart to go out to those ones. But fuck Cassie, bitch, you got $30 million. Hell, I'm trying to get drugged for half that. Shit, a quarter of that. A fifth of that. Just in it of it. 30 million? Man, look here, bitch. You knew you ain't, some of you all got dragged with a plastic bag. That hoe had a Louis bag. See the difference? See the difference? Some of y'all got drugged with a plastic bag. She got drugged with a Louis bag. It's a difference. Y'all getting drugged by a nigga that do white cocaine. He does pink cocaine. We don't even know where to get pink cocaine. See what I'm saying? It's a difference. It's a difference. Hey, what's up, Midtown? What's up, Midtown? Never been beat. Yeah, you never been beat by a millionaire. You can't even speak on Cassie. He's regular. Oh, he's wrong. Okay, wait till the nigga with $30 million hit you in your goddamn face. Them hoes ain't got nothing to say when they get hit by them 30. All y'all, all the ones that got get hit by broke niggas got a bunch of shit to say. You don't never hear them hoes talk that get hit by millionaires. Them hoes just walk out with the check. That's all they do is walk out with the motherfucking check, man. That's what I'm saying. So stop feeling sorry for these hoes that's getting beat by $1 million niggas. It come with the cocaine. Oh man, y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. It comes with the cocaine. If you see him snorting lines, please believe he gonna dot your eye. If you see that nigga snorting lines, he gonna dot your motherfucking eye. That's what I'm saying. Man, that man snort pink cocaine. You know he gonna beat his ass, your ass. But that's pink cocaine. Whatever it is. Whatever they get. That nigga get extra freaky. Who who sits and watches his wife get punished by the Punisher and jack off? Diddy do. Not my kind of guy. We have no reason to even sit down once I know. Man, I can't sign a record deal with you because all I see is come on your nipples, homie, because that's what they said you like. You nasty nigga. I don't. Mm-mm. I ain't got time for this bullshit. And they wonder why society getting high. Do you hear the shit that we got to deal with as black folks? The music icons that brought us Biggie, like, come on his nipples. Man, come on, dog. Not his cum, another nigga cum. What? I just look to the sky and be like, look out, God, when you gonna come back through? You said somewhere here, and we ain't in Revelations yet, man. This nigga like cum on his nipples. There's too much gay shit going on around here, man. And that's the and I'm nope. Let me take that back. And we need to stop saying that. That's not gay shit. That's perversion. Because I will not allow, even though I don't agree with them, but I love them as people. I still love them. If you homosexual, you're lesbian, I love you as a person. I might not like what you do, and you might not like what I do, but I love y'all as a people. I love everybody as a whole. But when you doing some freak ass shit like that, that ain't even gay. That's perversion at its finest. Nigga say Sky Dad. Yeah. But look, when that's perversion at its finest, my nigga, that's sad. I used to sing this nigga song, and then y'all want to sit here and like y'all not a part of this shit. And I'm gonna be the first one to say, God forgive me for buying Ciroc. If we never would have bought Ciroc, it wouldn't have never been no cum on his nipples. We all played a part in this shit. Cassie wouldn't have been drugged down that goddamn hallway. Kim Porter still be alive. Heavy D still be alive. What's the other nigga name? Gene Deal probably still have a job with Diddy. Maybe not. I don't know. We all played a part in that. Bought Ciroc. That's who he was suing before these allegations started. That's why I say, y'all need to stop talking and sit back and watch. Did you play a part in this? Every motherfucker that bought Ciroc had a part in this party. I'm just mad I wasn't invited. No, did it not gay. That nigga a freak. I come to realize midtown in 2025, you got freaks. You like niggas that like to get peed on. You like niggas that like to get hit with the dildo. Man, look at man, it's some freaky shit out there, man. Cold part about it, that nigga might be smoking a swisher with you. That's the fucked up part about it. You don't even know your homeboy doing gay secret shit behind closed doors. But then wait, let me stop saying that. Them niggas just freaks. Really, it ain't cause they not gay. They just freaky. You just freak. Like that's why I say, like, I don't want freaky money. I don't want to be gay rich. Like I don't want because them niggas was gangster straight fucking hoes in the beginning and like everybody used to know that nigga for having all the hoes. Then they get a few $1,000,000 and they got their back out with a bro. These niggas wearing blouses and shit with the back out. How the fuck Dwayne Wade's son come out the womb gay? This nigga was gay before he knew what gay was. Well, like, I don't know how the baby would cry as a homosexual. Then these niggas got these hoes talking their business like Jada and Gabrielle and all these hoes. They talk man, look here, man. Bitch, shut up. Bitch, shut up. You sign a contract that say all you do is spin records. Bitch, shut up. I'm doing the rapping. Let me say so upset the overlords. He upset he upset the overlord. You know what I'm saying? Like that nigga was mad at Ciroc for bro. That's why I say that's what I'm telling you niggas, bro. If you know you like to snort a little cocaine, and your job know you like to snort a little cocaine, we gonna start at the job level. Don't too much push for a raise, homie. And we been letting you slide on your cocaine benders. Clean yourself up, get yourself together. Then we might think about giving you a raise. Right now, nigga, you full of pink cocaine. P. Diddy, all we need you to do is promote this shit. We paying you enough. You get $30 million a month. You getting $30 million a month, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's $1,000,000 a day. Ain't too many niggas making $1,000,000 a day, my nigga. In February, you get 2 extra million. Cause it's only 28 days, maybe 1 extra million when it's a leap year, nigga. Shut the fuck up, cause you freaky. You freaky. You like nasty shit. Shut the fuck up. You know them white folks gonna exploit you. You know them white folks protected Cassie. We know you did this over here allegedly with Kim Port. All this is allegedly. I believe it though, but it's allegedly to the world. Why do you have Quincy Jones' son? Nigga, that's not your son. Quincy Jones don't even. I need a cigarette. How the fuck Quincy Jones don't even know how you got his son? That shit crazy. Quincy Jones don't. I mean, not Quincy Jones. Al B. Sure. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Al B. Sure. The nigga son named Quincy though. The nigga son named Quincy though. But this is Al B. Sure's son. How the fuck Al B. Sure don't even know how Diddy got his son, bro? That whole trial was nothing but bullshit and shenanigans, bro. A waste of time, taxpayer money, bro. That shit was bullshit. They got witnesses. They wouldn't even show inside the courtroom, man. Hell, we even shit. We seen inside the courtroom for O.J. Simpson. This nigga not greater than O.J. Simpson. That nigga ain't never run through no goddamn Hurts uh Hurts rental place to go get a goddamn car. He ain't never did that. That nigga gonna make one album with you and never hear from your motherfucking ass again. Big, I think the only nigga dropped 2 albums. I don't know another nigga that dropped 2 albums. And if they did drop a second album, it was trash. What they talking about? Yeah, not Quincy Jones, son. Yeah, I said that wrong. I meant to say the nigga name was Quincy, but yeah, LB sure said Diddy wanted to do a threesome with Kim Porter. He won 200 million from how you say that, but lost his free card. Now you can't. Well, who lost their free card, Uncle P? Yeah, but man, it's crazy, bro. Like, and 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 my thing of it is, it was a waste of time because, bro, nobody know who was at the party. Just like we don't know who was at Epstein party. Like they want, they everybody want to know who was there, but then they got the list, but they not. But let me throw a motherfucking party, and it was just a drug party. I ain't even got no freak out. Here, just let me get caught with some dope, man. They gonna tell everybody I bought the dope from. I ain't even have a list, and y'all know Eric. So why y'all won't tell? Because of the people that's on there. See, that's what I'm saying. Isn't this country can't be for the people by the people. It's for they people by they people, not ours. Fuck there. We never know shit. Bro, bro, we been watching, I know. I've been watching Aliens since the nigga when I was a little boy with the black and white TV as a baby. It used to be this nigga that used to come on with the antennas. My favorite Martian, I think the name of the show was, if I'm not mistaken. Then, like, they always been talking about this alien. You mean to tell me 43, I'm going to say 40 years later, because I know I was about 3 or 4. You mean to tell me 40 years later, it's a motherfucking alien, for real. They ain't coming out the sky. They coming out the water. Or they coming from, I don't know where they coming from. But now, you mean to tell, bro, so let me tell you what else was crazy about this shit. Around this time, CNN was talking about the aliens in the water. Fuck my head up. They got a whole Senate meeting about the UFO. Then all of a sudden here come Diddy with this trial. I'm gonna tell you, bro, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because black folks start talking about it. Once I see TikTok, I'm gonna tell you what TikTok is, and I'm noticing something about TikTok. I think they monitor what black folks talking about on TikTok to regulate to the diversions. Because like once we get to talking about what they know, they throw us a diversion. If you understand what I'm saying, like the Diddy trial, or somebody died. Malcolm Jamal Warner just died. But what else happened in the news that day? Because we so stuck on Malcolm Jamal Warner. What else happened in the news that day? Hulk Hogan died in no. Isaac Osborne died the next day. What else happened in the news that day? Did you mean to tell me Hulk Hogan died the next day after that? What the fuck going on in the news behind in the rest of the day on the news? I'm telling you, watch the news behind the news. Some shit going on. Let me see. Oh, yeah. They said Craig Mack died, bro. Craig Mack died, bro. Biggie Mama died, bro. Oh, Black Rob died, bro. I think they killed DMX. I'm just gonna say that on my behalf, and I'm not gonna say allegedly because that's how I feel. I don't believe DMX died on no crack cocaine. I don't care about nothing about that nigga past. These motherfuckers are used that just to throw smut on your name. Cause I seen DMX. I know when I see a brother that's really trying to change, my nigga, it was not on him. And you gotta know it to know it. Cause I'm gonna tell you something. We saying, hey, I spotted cause I got it. And I didn't spot it on him no more. So I don't think in my mind and in my heart and in my soul, DMX died on no crack cocaine. I do not believe it. Will not believe it. And they can't make me. They can't even bring me the stem with his DNA on it. I want to see him hit that bitch my goddamn self. Because I don't believe it. They never said where they found his body dead at. When he got high that I know of. It's always in a motel. Bro, them type of motel, them hotels, them people be in, you can't just bring crack in there. I mean, you could bring it in, but I mean, bro, when you smoke crack, you do not like. I don't know. I know. I got experience with smoking dope. I'm an ex-crack head, bro. So I know. That's why I say I spotted because I got it. I didn't spot it on him. He was too much into his spiritual thing, and I think that's really what it was. As soon as he died, he got an album dropping by Swiss Beats. He started doing interviews. They scared he was gonna start back talking. Like it's cool to talk that Illuminati when you smoking crack. It's cool. You can talk about secret societies when you smoking crack. When you get sober and still talking about secret society, it's time for your ass to go. What's up for show? I be just wanting to see. My thing is too, when I be on everybody else channel, I ain't gonna lie, bro. And I'm sorry that I do this, y'all. But I be really want to rant and rave because this how I be really feeling. But I gotta respect the other people panel though, you know what I'm saying? But I'm finna drop the link just in case. But I be having to get that shit off my chest because I got black burnout. I meant to tell my homie, bro, I got black burnout. Fuck fatigue. I thought the word worse than fatigue is called burnout. I got black burnout. We got feminine men at the forefront to show the young men how to be men. When it became the day when a man could show a woman how to be the next top model, ain't enough weed in this world for me to understand how a man could teach a woman how to be a woman and walk in heels like a woman. And you wonder why people smoke crack. This shit can't be real. This is why people smoke crack cocaine. Not because of that, it's a lot of other shit. But this is one of the reasons. If we gotta face reality like this, I might as well be in a delusion because reality is a delusion to me sometimes. Why should I be sober and taking all this bullshit? And if you can deal with it sober, may God or whatever you believe in with you. Stay with you, homie. But this shit real. They do shit and they like they ain't do the shit. They kill our people and they act like they don't get, bro. Ain't nobody getting no 20 years for other than police officers, 10, 15. Bro, I really sometimes don't even believe them police go to jail. They just hide them somewhere. I promise to God, bro. Y'all think I'm bullshit, bro. I just seen on YouTube, they say Epstein really not dead, bro. They done snuck the man out. He faked his death. Cause it's hard to kill yourself in jail. I'm gonna tell y'all the God of the truth. As a nigga that used to faithfully and still just been out of jail for 2-3 months. Just been out 2-3 months. Maybe 3 months going on 4. Maybe 3 going on 4. But as a man just came home from jail. It's hard to kill yourself in jail. Unless you fall out the bunk or something and bust your head open. Cause there's semen everywhere. Or you get into a fight. But a nigga actually offing himself in jail is impossible. It's no shoestrings. It's nothing to hang from the ceiling. It's too high up. You ain't gonna be it. So at the end of the day, if you're on suicide watch, which he's supposed to be on suicide watch, you're gonna get a clipper shave. They not gonna give you no razors. I'm talking about Harris County. Then I don't know. Maybe everywhere else they do. Man, come on, man. Shit be bullshit. But we sit there and be like, you sure right. That what happened. Yeah, because that's what they said. I don't believe it. I, bro, let me tell you something. Thank you, Lord. And my mama said this. I've been listening to niggas lie all my motherfucking life, and I know when the motherfucker lying. And it's amazing how sometimes we can be with a motherfucker and be like, we know they lying, and then we hear the same thing as something else, but you can't believe that's a motherfucking lie, but you believe that was a lie. You don't believe this was a lie. Because this person, this, whoever this nigga is, go find out for yourself. Damn, hold on, man. I just be going out. My bad. Let me see. The owners of vodka company are global players with elite money. That's what I keep telling y'all. It's the elites against, I don't know what our team called, the bench warmers. Nigga, I don't know what our team called, the norms. Yeah, we the norms against the elites. We just the norms. Because we got to do whatever they normally tell us to do. And then that don't become the normal thing to do no more. They gonna give us something else normal to do. So that's how that go. Let me see. G Dep, man, G Dep, ain't nobody choking on no egg. Ain't nobody choking on no egg, man. Ain't nobody choking on no egg, man. Hey, man, say, tap that nigga that's next to you and say, and look at him in his eye and say, ain't nobody dying on no egg. You look your neighbor right now, you turn to your right, and you tap your neighbor on the shoulder and say, ain't no nigga dying over no egg, man. Unless that nigga telling the truth about this industry. You'll die from an egg, eating egg. Never in my life of being a nigga have I heard a nigga, nobody, no race, boiled egg, cooked egg, scrambled egg, egg straight out the shell. I never even heard a nigga die because I didn't accidentally ate some of the egg shell. I never even heard a nigga die from the egg shell. You can't tell me Whitney Houston and her daughter gonna die the same way in the bathtub. You not finna tell me that. And it ain't finna be a all out investor motherfucking gation. How in the fuck we ain't got an all out investor motherfucking gation? That's supposed to be an investor motherfucking gation right there. We gotta put the motherfucking in between that because they died the same way. There's two people died the same way in the bathtub. We got to have an investor motherfucking gation. Oh, monkey man with the conspiracy theory. Ain't no goddamn conspiracy theory. That shit really happened. Shit, there ain't no conspiracy. The conspiracy is who done it and why. I love Whitney Houston. Hell, I get emotional sometimes when I hear her sing. My wife will tell you, I still cry. That lady song, I'm getting emotional now. That lady was beautiful. I don't care if she snorted a little cocaine. That's her business. She brought us great hits off of cocaine. Let's not forget the great hits on cocaine. Give a damn about the cocaine. That woman didn't deserve that shit. You know what I'm saying? But then we do sign up for some shit that we didn't got too deep in, and it's time to go. Cause I think when they get to telling the truth, I think they be calm and say your time is up. Your time is up. We just sucked you for everything else, so we gotta kill you to make more money off of you. All right, now bye. You don't even know where it coming from. Who make a concert called "This Is It" and die before it even starts? The man was giving us warning. They don't really care about us. Kick me, kite me. They don't want to fight me. And they don't really care about us. Man, come on, man. Y'all think it's a game. How the fuck Prince get the fentanyl pill? Prince ain't even supposed to be on fentanyl. I know Prince ain't buying his drugs from no random nigga. Cause a random nigga can't even be around Prince. Prince look like he got a nigga that take the drugs for him before he take the drugs. I swear. Prince look like he got a nigga that take the drugs for him before he take the drugs to make sure that this is the good dope. Bro, let me tell you something. I done been around rappers, bro. Real rappers. I don't want to put out their name because they still rapping and they still of clout in nature. And I don't want people to look at them funny, but it ain't no heavy drugs. It's just serving weed, bro. Like they know where to get their drugs from, bro. They tapped in. They tapped in, bro. They got a nigga that's tapped in with the doctor, bro. Like they not no, no. Maybe these new young niggas, but I'm talking about back then, nah. Especially him. No. He's from the old school. They don't get their drugs from he wouldn't even like I say, the way he carried himself I couldn't even fathom him even if he was taking painkillers. He ain't buying them for no rando. Bro, you can't tell me it ain't a doctor out there that won't write Prince a prescription if they know that's Prince. And his money good. Come on, man. You know a nigga without as much clout as Prince that can go get a goddamn prescription for you. So how the fuck Prince ain't got a nigga like that? And a nigga like me do. Or a nigga on the average nigga on the street do. I'm just saying, man, this shit here be deeper than rap, bro. Oh, Jermaine Amerson on Facebook, homie. Jermaine Amerson on Facebook. That's my real name. You can die from egg though, LOL. I ain't never you. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can die from anything. I seen where this lady was in a contest for a week, and she drunk too much goddamn water and drowned herself. Look it up. I ain't gonna lie to you. Lady was in the goddamn contest. I mean, the reason why I say look it up because I don't want to lie to you. That's what I want to say. I don't want to lie to you when I say I ain't lying to you. Look it up because I know I seen it. And just look up what I'm saying. Woman died from trying to win a drinking water in a contest, radio contest. I would love to see that shit. Like I would watch. God forgive me, and I'm not saying, but because it's shit like, how do you drink so much water? You die. Some shit I just want to see just to believe it. I want to see that. I don't believe nobody because I done drunk a bunch of water and I know my stomach had a limit. Like I would even see in your body throwing the rest some of the water back up because our body not dumb. But you mean and they say and then but see, and I hate to say this, but when they bring white people on to like that's doctors, I don't believe it. I don't care who they put up there. It could be a nigga. I don't believe it because it's like we gotta make sure that it's like you gotta give stump down evidence to make verified. If you understand, you gotta persuade me too hard on certain shit that bothers me. My mama always say it don't take that much to tell the truth. It don't take that much to tell the truth, boy. For real. It don't take that much to tell the truth. Hold on. I keep forgetting to put this goddamn. Hold on. Hold on. And like, bro, it really hurt my feelings, bro, to know that all my favorite rappers gay. Now, for real, though, like, bro, that fucked my childhood up, bro. These niggas gay. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I think we in power now, though, because I can't even see okay, yeah, I see y'all messages right now. All I'm trying to do is put the goddamn thing, but this motherfucker, it do what it want to do sometimes. I'm just saying. Yeah, I ain't actually just all this. Yeah, motherfucker be doing what they want to do. Say what they want to say. Let me put y'all up there. I'm tripping. I don't be really paying attention to my screen like that. I told y'all I really don't. Yeah, man. Nah, but it's crazy, bro. Like all my rappers I grew up with, bro, they gay. Like Dr. Dre, bro. I love the Chronic. That my shit. This nigga here damn near gay for real. Cause Tupac was really telling on them niggas. So that's why. See, the reason why I talk about and I was telling Bearded earlier, for my generation, for the 80s baby of my generation, that was our revolutionary nigga. Really on the cool Tupac. That's why I got a poster. That was the hood last prophet for me. Like everything he said, bro, the world wasn't ready for a black president. We don't even got one. And then allegedly this nigga wife is a man. So I don't know. Man, let me roll me one up. This shit is too interesting. And the many times I said I knocked down Michelle Obama, now am I gay? Is the question. If that's a man. Now I'm in motherfucking jeopardy. See this shit that I be talking about? That's why I don't be want to get too involved in shit. That's why I gotta smoke some weed. Cause now we gotta go to the council and see if I'm gay. Cause if that's a man, and we all say oh yeah, I knocked down shit. Don't start recanting statements now. I wasn't there with you. You can say anything. But I'm gonna tell you, when you niggas wasn't around and me and my partners was around, they know we said we'll fuck with shit. That's all I know. That's all I know. Now we saying Michelle could be Michael. And then the nigga ain't black. That's enough. The man not even from a black country. Like, ain't I don't know where the nigga from, but like the majority ain't Negro. Know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I'm just saying. What he he ain't a nigga. If Let me show you what a nigga president is. Imagine Trump black. That's a nigga. Imagine Trump as a black president. That's a nigga. I because I identify with Trump. So somebody asked why. Somebody I think on Bearded Shows asked, "Did I vote for Trump or why did I vote for Trump?" I voted for Trump for entertainment purposes only. That is the most entertaining nigga. When that nigga ran for president the first time, that nigga made everybody wake up just to hear what the fuck he had to say. Motherfuckers was tuning in to presidential debates just to hear this man go the fuck off and say some of the most stupidest, ignorantest shit to get him put in office. I voted for if if they gonna fuck over us, I might as well have entertainment while they doing it. Because Joe Biden was just withering away. The country was dying with him. At least we got entertainment fuck up. Hell, if we put Jesus in office right now, you niggas gonna have a problem. It don't matter who we put in that motherfucker. It ain't gonna be right. Them niggas gonna lie. See, I come to realize this. Let me wake y'all up. Let me tell y'all what this shit about. It's about whoever can tell the best lie to win. Whoever tell the people the best lie wins. Cause I don't know if y'all know, but y'all need to go look this shit up. But the votes that we go vote for president don't even count. They got some shit called the electoral votes, college electoral vote that puts them in. So at the end of the day, full monkey clown show, we gonna do what we want to anyway. And all these niggas clean. Even Obama kin to the motherfucker. The nigga who ain't a kid to him is Trump. How? Cause he orange. He orange. Ain't no orange. He's a nigga. He's a nigga. Ain't no orange people in the United States but him. You know he ain't. Come on, dog. That man orange. That's my homeboy. I've been fucking with Trump since Don King back in the 80s when they was in the Jet magazine. I don't know this he racist shit that y'all that all of a sudden come up with that who when the nigga put Lil Jon. How can a nigga be racist? How can a white? How can I say this so you can understand? Lil Jon from the East Side Boys went on a show called The Apprentice. Broke down to his last motherfucking dime. And motherfucking Donald Trump brought that man from out the rubble he was in. Not Jermaine Dupri, not P. Diddy, not Jay-Z, not Dr. Dre. Donald Trump took this man from, I'm talking about he was at his lowest, because you gotta be on your goddamn lowest to be on this show any motherfucking way. Man showed him how to brand himself. Y'all don't understand. If it wasn't for Trump, y'all wouldn't even be using the word branding yourself. He taught people how to brand themselves. Nobody marking Trump but Trump. Just look at it. Through the 80s. Ain't nobody marking Trump. Trump is sponsored by Trump. Everything Trump did was sponsored by Trump. Not you can partnership with that nigga, but Trump money behind this shit. Yeah, ain't gonna be Trump up, nigga. Now Trump at the top of this motherfucker. You put your money in, but it's gonna be sponsored by Trump, and we gonna make some money back. He always branded himself. He invented branding yourself. Ain't we didn't even know what the fuck Trump. We still don't know how the fuck Trump get his money. Well, we do now as time went on, but I'm talking about at that time, niggas didn't know what the fuck Trump did. All we know, he owned a whole bunch of motels. How did he get his money? I didn't know. I'm gonna say me. I didn't know till I got grown and started, you know what I'm saying? Like old boy that was talking about, he from the South. Man, look at man, I'm from the side. I'm from the side. But look here, if we ain't here, like I say, it took us a while to get to knowing that this, well, I know for me and the niggas that I'm around, because hell, I was the one of the first niggas around me to know this is a game. Hell, I started putting them on. Shit. I always been on a spiritual journey, bro, because because like I say, it's a difference with me. I got a full blast relationship with God. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't be sweating this shit. I don't sweat nobody. I don't have time to be too much mad at nobody, man. There's other shit to do than that, man. There's way more other shit to do for than to be me. If anybody need to be mad at, it's me because I'm in the predicament I'm in. It's the only motherfucker I need to be mad at. If if I'm trying to sit here and blame other motherfucker for the predicament I'm in, then you are the problem. Because ain't nobody fault for you. Because you fuck with them. Ain't nobody tell you to go fuck with them people. We got to start making our statements. Yeah, old girl is the reason why I fell off. No, you went to go fuck with that bitch is the reason why you fell off. Don't you blame that girl for you falling off. That bitch wasn't doing no more than what she was supposed to do because that was her job. You allowed that bullshit, knowing that you don't like that shit. But I'm gonna tell you something, boy. When that pussy wet, you can't say nothing. Tevin Campbell out here talking about can we talk? That nigga, yeah, you need counseling, young man. Them folks touched you, nigga. Talk about it, homie. Release yourself. Like I told my nigga Bitter, we just not started having counseling. But we don't want to embarrass nobody. Man, that man done blew your asshole out. You better tell on him. You better tell on him, man. Man, blew your goddamn asshole out. And you want to be secretive. Man, I'm telling on everybody if they blew my asshole out. Fuck, I'm gonna get my asshole blowed out and walk around in shame for the rest of my motherfucking life. Why you niggas fucked up out here, man? Whole asshole blowed out. Nigga, Usher, they just said they had to rush you to the hospital. This nigga done ripped your asshole up. Man, what the fuck wrong with you, nigga? Boy, you niggas is sad, nigga. You know my goddamn. When is we gonna crank this goddamn country up? Oh, Beard, I'm ready to go. You nigga getting on my motherfucking nerves. You got a nigga like Tank talking about if you suck dick one time, you not gay. That's the shit I'm talking about, man. This is, oh, hold on. Somebody in the back, bro. Man, my bag bearded, bro. My
Yeah,
bag bearded. I didn't even know you was in the back, bro. I
listening
be
to you.
going off, bro.
I'm up listening to you laying down. I'm like, shit, let me come on up here and holler at this nigga.
Yeah,
You'll be
welcome to the Mother Man Rants at night when I'm feeling good weed.
there. But, you know, uh, uh, but again though, bro, this freaky shit been around forever though, bro. This ain't some new shit. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? This
it
ain't some
did.
new shit.
God.
Ain't nothing new under the sun. This ain't some new shit, bro. This freaky shit, this perverted shit. This ain't some shit that just popped up out of the blue. This shit has always been here.
Yeah, no, I know, but it ain't been cool since it been here though. It ain't in no book,
He said
whether
that
it
in
be biblical or not, have this ever been cool.
the Bible had a whole motherfucking town dedicated to it. It was cool,
And
shit.
they burnt that bitch down, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. But again, I get it. It might not be cool to certain people, but again, you know, that's why I say we can't say it wasn't cool. I ain't gonna say it was cool. We're not gonna say it like that. But and man, this shit, bad being around and bad happening, it was being condoned at one point in time. You feel me?
Yeah,
It
but
had
I'm not even talking about the homosexual shit though. I'm talking about the whole orgy, swapping wives,
yeah,
all
just
that shit.
all that shit. Yeah, just the perversion that we didn't took
Yeah,
it to another
nah,
level.
yeah, and I did, and I'm sorry for you. Right though, I'm sorry. That's why I did say I have nothing against the LGBT. I'm talking about these old freak ass niggas that acting like they ain't gay, but they is. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping on the ones that if that's how they feel in their heart, that's in their spirit, and that's how they want to carry themselves to the world. I'm cool, but I'm talking about the niggas that's hiding from the world, acting like they tough, but they really like that butt. You can be tough and like that, but shit, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do.
Hey,
But
You ain't you ain't
don't.
Donald Trump. You ain't no Donald Trump. Granddaddy left him all that money, man. That's how he got his money and shit. And he was doing real
Nah, I
estate.
didn't know that till I started getting grown.
and
Like
scamming
as a
motherfuckers.
kid, I ain't know that.
I mean, as a kid, see, you can't. Well, you can penalize yourself, for not knowing it as a kid. But again, as a child, those type of things, no
Wait,
child
hold
really.
on. Yeah, cause you right. Hold on, let me take this back. It shouldn't take me damn near 40 years old to find that out. Let me say that. Cause
Yeah.
I wasn't, yeah, I was grown as hell when I found that out. It wasn't like I was 14 or 15 when I found this shit out. Yeah, you right. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's my,
you're
yeah. I
not the
was
only.
grown.
Yeah, but you're not the only one. There's a lot of motherfuckers that didn't know what he. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you're not the only person.
Yeah, but some niggas talk that shit about a person and don't know shit about the person. You see what I'm saying? Like I say, because that's what tripped me out when people said Trump was racist. When I grew up, all I knew was Trump was a brown and black. Bro, I didn't
But
see Trump around no white folks. He was around. That thing was in Jet magazine.
but that don't mean he wasn't racist, brother.
All I know one thing it was I didn't whether he was racist or not. I
Well,
ain't
see,
never heard none of them people that was with him say he said anything racist.
well, see what that mean? Just because the motherfucker ain't said, we'd have never
So how
known. We
okay,
would.
so
We
how
would.
do you be racist without showing you racist?
Shit, if you getting paid and you doing it for the money,
That's
yeah,
not being racist, that's being a businessman.
yeah, well, guess what? He a businessman.
If I could capitalize off of white people, that don't make me a racist person. I mean I'm trying to capitalize. That's all I was saying with Ice Cube. I'm just being a businessman. I think the white folks winning too.
But
I
what
don't
I'm
want
trying
to just
to
want
say is,
the nigga money.
just because you're a businessman and you doing that, that don't mean you can't be a racist. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just saying, where's the evidence of him being racist? That's all
Or,
I want.
or a bigot. The evidence of him being a racist. So when you say racist, you're trying to you're trying to compartmentalize it to just us. Being a racist doesn't mean being unjust to just black people. You do know that, right?
I understand that. I'm just saying, when
He
have he done it? Because he still ain't built that wall. He shows sending their ass back though. If they
yeah.
paperwork ain't right, which is the right thing to do, you can't be over here illegally. I can't say he wrong with
Now,
it. If your paperwork not right, yeah, it's got to.
now, I agree with that, but Donald Trump, listen, everybody got some racism. Everybody. A motherfucker be lying if they tell you they don't.
Yeah, I'm not saying he racist. He probably racist like me to broke people. I'm racist to broke motherfucker too. If you ain't trying to do nothing for yourself, you always looking for a handout. You want us to excuse what you want us to excuse so you can get. Now I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. It just what fucked me up with him is I don't be knowing what's his overall objective to shit because he be on some other shit sometimes. It's like I think he wake up and just say I want to do this shit, and then after he gets started, he look like he just give up at the middle of doing this shit. Like I don't want to do this shit no more. Boy, I thought you know what I'm saying. Like I don't know what be on his mind still. So
Shit, he
you gotta
old.
watch it,
He
huh?
old. I said he
Yeah,
old.
he old too. Yeah, he old the
Oh,
motherfucker.
hey, man. He all about get back right now. Donald Trump is in his feelings. This whole presidential campaign and this whole administration is about revenge. This is a revenge tour. This is not about helping the American people. This ain't about making America great. This ain't about making good business moves. This is about him getting revenge for him thinking that he was unjustly done in the political race. I mean, but guess what? You still will never know. Unless this motherfucker Donald Trump come up here and honestly say that shit on his deathbed or just tell us like, man, look, I've been fucking with y'all this whole time. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about nothing or none of this shit or da 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 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever his reason may be. You know what I'm saying? We'll never know unless he tell us. And then guess
We
what? If
get
he don't, we ain't gonna believe it.
Oh, you say can't no white people come to our country anyway, so he can't come.
Um,
But he
What?
kind of melanated because he orange.
No. I heard that crazy shit you was talking about. No, he can't come.
He can't come.
No.
Damn, dog.
Nobody on.
I tried to get you in, Trump. They say you can't come, kid.
Nobody on.
The black delegation is tired of you. I don't
Yeah,
know why though.
the white delegation get tired of. Everybody get tired of. Like Uncle P
But
just said, Trump is a street thug who became a president.
yeah, that's the first nigga president we ever had.
He said, by the way, Trump bankrolled Jesse Jackson's second presidential run. So, and again, y'all saying all that shit. I don't think Uncle P saying that to say that he's not racist, but because I don't think we can honestly sit here and say we don't think Trump's a racist.
Hell, that nigga Jesse Jackson said on national TV and called Obama a nigga.
I
Even
don't.
though the cameras were supposed to be off, but still.
What you say this nigga here.
Yeah, so like I say, till a race beat us being racist, I don't be want to hear this.
We done been beat being racist.
I don't think so, cause we killing our own kind right now.
Yeah. We killing our own kind, but we still ain't killed our own kind to the numbers that other motherfuckers did. That's, you know what I'm saying? So I can't say that. But I
I
will
don't
say
know.
we racist. I don't believe that. I don't believe he didn't kill more of us than anybody else.
I don't know.
You know what? And, and if so, it's the same shit on their side too. When they go
But
to war, they don't.
if it is, it ain't being televised.
Shit, what you
That was
mean, nigga? What you mean? All them motherfucking wars, bro. Them hunkies go to war with each other. Them hunkies don't go to war with us. They going to war with each other.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't televise it though.
And then I remember just like on my show when you asked me a question about motherfuckers going over there to Russia and shit like that and about the Jesus thing. You know, Russia then came out and said, you know what I'm saying? You know, they said, but you know, other countries celebrate black gods like that.
Hell, I
Um,
think all countries celebrate black gods except the Edomite country.
well, shit, Russian, would you consider Russian as Edomite?
Yeah, they Edomite.
Oh, well, shit, they worship the black gods and shit over there behind closed doors.
But see, and I don't want to go there. Oh, we on my station, but see, I heard that was really what Hitler was on in the first place.
What's that?
Um, Taking out the fake Jews for the real Jews allegedly, and that's just raw opinion. That's what I heard. He was taking out the fake Jews because he knew them when the real Jews. We know who y'all is. We know we kicked y'all out this country, and y'all trying to claim yourself as somebody else.
Well, even if you're a convert, you can't say they're not real Jews if they took upon the tradition and the culture.
Yeah, but
You-
I'm just saying, I don't think they the real Jews of that land. That's what I'm saying.
Again, even if you're a convert, I'm saying don't persecute me because I chose to convert over, or because we left the land and we went somewhere else and now we coming back to. And now you still don't have that right because
Oh well,
again,
no. Don't get me wrong. No, I don't condone that. Yeah, but still though, y'all left and didn't want to be a part of because then shit, you knew it's just like what's going on with Ukraine right now. We told y'all not to fuck with the UN or however that shit went. Not UN, NATO or whoever they was supposed to fuck with. You know what I'm saying? And they went over there and fuck with them. Now we blowing this bitch up.
you know, I think that's an internal war. I don't think nobody should have anything to do with that shit. I think they should settle that on their own, but I don't think they should be killing each other trying to settle it. You know, so I think the talks of negotiation, peace talks of negotiation needs to be had. This shit is going been going on for too long, man. Like, and this is how you know it's a game.
Uh-huh.
Russia has the most powerful as armies. Why the fuck ain't they penetrated them yet?
Shit, what you no bullshit. Why ain't all because Ukraine really not that big. That
On it.
motherfucker be wiped out.
Listen, I don't give a fuck how many weapons Western sent over there. For the US can really get the weapons over there, y'all supposed to have been crushed them by now. But you know what? Hope, faith, believing in y'all Jesus, y'all God, probably was saving their ass.
Yeah, but I don't know what Jesus they believe in. They probably believe in the Caesar Borgia Jesus. I don't believe in Caesar Borgia Jesus. That's the problem. I don't believe in that nigga on that picture.
Well, that's also some shit that they were saying could have been, speculation that he painted his cousin. Then it went from his cousin to his gay lawyer. I mean, gay lover. Shit like that. You never know.
I'm sticking with the gay lover.
But again,
And sell more books.
we clearly know. See, but listen, we clearly know that that's not him because the description that it gives in Revelation.
Right,
So we
right.
ain't this on our wall though. We'll still hang that shit up on our wall.
But this the cold part about it though. This would make them so dumb. How? Well, you know what? It don't make them dumb. But they didn't expect us to learn how to read. That's what that was.
See, but we
That's
been knew
what
how
that
to
was.
read. We just didn't read English. We been knew how to write. We just didn't write English.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, like when we came to the new world, because somewhere they should have seen, like, okay, you got a white Jesus right here, but this book clearly say he's not that color. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we still repping this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Life
I don't
around.
believe in the cross. I don't believe in the cross. I don't believe in no nothing that represent Christianity. Because nothing should represent Christianity but Christian. If you're gonna be Christian. Yeah, you didn't see Jesus walk around with a flag letting everybody know what he banging.
Yeah, then
That's
he
just
went
my
around.
opinion.
He ain't need no flag. Jesus went around and told you.
That's what I'm saying. He went around and told you. And that's what I tell niggas. I don't give a fuck how hard you said you gang bang, nigga. The story will tell itself. You ain't gotta tell it. You can just let us know, but you ain't got. Yeah, now, woo woo. Now you talking about what is that gonna do to help benefit the modern good? That's all I'm looking at. Like this nigga was a gang member spreading the modern good because they wasn't banging, but they went for spreading the word. They was recruiting. They was recruiting. But niggas did. But they had other gangs that went down with the play. They trying to see who this nigga Jesus is that's gonna take over the game.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
Huh.
That's real shit though.
Something about the name Jesus. Looking at it.
Yeah, man, but shit, man, it's that's the harsh reality of the world we in, man. It's fucked up, man, and
It's the
we live.
hardest lie that they gave us this reality. That's
That's
what fucking me up. That's what's fucking me up. And you know what I'm talking about. Don't you act like you politically incorrect right now. You know this is you know this is a lie.
why you keep getting on these. I got a question. I heard you say some shit earlier. Why you keep jumping on the secret societies, man? Get out them secret societies.
Because they are part of this shit. Should no society should be secret if society is not secret?
So you think I'm a part of it?
Mm-mm.
I'm
I
in
mean,
several.
yeah, you a part. I mean, anytime you withhold the knowledge of and you done gave an oath, and if yeah, that's what you a part of is a secret. I can't just walk up and be a mason. I can't just walk up and be a shriner. Like nigga, that's a secret society. Nigga, you gotta go through some steps. I can walk up and be a blood. I can walk up and be a gangster of the site. You see what I'm saying? Even though those supposed to be a secret organization, it's no longer a secret. The Masons and the Shriners no longer a secret. But you can't just walk up in this motherfucker and claim that shit. See what I'm saying? You got to know the code to get in.
Some people do. I'm saying some people do. Some people just walk in and get in and infiltrate and don't be knowing shit.
But I'm saying don't be knowing shit. Niggas stupid.
Just like how you spoke about how, the difference with it down south and they really keep it to themselves. Man, fuck them, bro. If I came down there and I would that shit, nigga, they gonna have to kidnap me. Feel me? I work hard for mine, you feel me? And if you gonna sit
Mm-hmm.
here and tell me I can't shine my light, 'cause that's all they telling you, brother. You know what I'm saying? I can't shine my light, brother. This is my light, brother. And I'm the light of the world. Ain't that what Jesus was? So I'm supposed to let this light shine bright. Shine bright like a diamond.
Mm.
I'm just saying. So even with inside of this the so-called secret organizations or sacred organizations as Brother Fox call them, it's still bullshit.
Yeah, I like sacred because that's a good word to say because it's it got seniority. Like it's enriched. I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's so much heritage. That's the word. So much heritage in it. I like that word.
And Illuminati ain't and these are not if the society was a secret, it wouldn't be nobody in it but one motherfucker.
We just don't know who in it. Just
You
like we don't know who's in the Masons. You gotta know the sign.
know,
But being a Mason is more than just having the damn sign on your goddamn license plate.
how you know?
Huh?
How you know it's more?
Because I know people that know people.
Yeah, maybe them people wrong that you know.
Huh?
Maybe them people wrong that you know.
And maybe they not.
I mean, maybe them people wrong that you
And maybe they not.
yeah, maybe them people wrong. that you know.
And maybe they not. I don't know. Because I ain't got too far into it myself to understand it because at the end of the day, I never been a good gang member.
Okay.
I never been I never been a person that could doing something unless it was the Boy Scout or a football team
I
where
don't
we
fuck
can
with
be out where we can be outspoken. 'Cause I'm gonna tell you,
I can't do no Boy Scout.
I was a Boy Scout, Mr. Kevin.
Couldn't do that Boy Scout shit, man.
Yeah, I was a Boy Scout. My mama made me be a Boy Scout. It ain't like I had, it, you know. But I
Huh.
went tripping. I learned some shit. I made it to a We Below Scout, We Below Scouts. I made it to a We Below. That's the brown shirts. You
It
feel
one
me?
shit with the gang. One shit with the gang. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
you
saying?
know,
That's what indoctrinated you into getting into gangs right there.
you know what? No bullshit, huh? On
Huh.
Cub Scouts, on Cub Scouts. Nah, no bullshit. Cause we had an OG, which was the scout leader. This thing is stupid. We had an OG, which was the scout leader. No bullshit, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Those are things that they slowly put into your mind and creep into your mind. Yeah.
Now I'm laughing, but you out that shit because that shit crazy. I ain't think about that. Cause me and my girl was just thinking that was really to introduce us to drugs instead of keep us away from drugs. Shit.
I'm saying that was the overlay for the underlay, man. That's how they get y'all, man. And what y'all niggas do, y'all go right out there and be them Cub Scouts too. Now you motherfuckers talking about some y'all got touched and fondled and shit.
No, I ain't
No,
never
I
gonna
ain't
say
never
that.
gonna.
Shit, we grew up with
You
real
got
men.
lucky.
That was over there with the white folks. Now I'm gonna tell you, God honest truth. That's where that shit started. Over there with
Okay.
the white people. I'm gonna be the Edomites. I'm gonna stop saying that because everybody don't know. I don't just direct it because everybody don't know who the Edomites is. They gotta go look that shit up.
Shit, they gotta look it up then. Said if you
That's
said if you
why.
said
That's why I like to use big words. See, that's why I fuck with you, Builder, because no matter what, like I say, what you believe in, but I got enough respect to still take in what you give me. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know. I could be on Jeopardy, and that could be the $5,000 word that they talking about that you done taught me. I ain't gonna block your shit out. That could be the answer to the question. Nah, I gotta listen. That's why I say we sharpen iron over here.
yeah, let say it, keep saying Edomites. Make their ass go look it up. But I'm
Yeah, I
pretty sure
want a nigga to read. That's what made me go read. Ask my gal. She hate when I hear a new word. I'm finna go look that bitch up. I like that word. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, you told me I need to up my vocabulary. You sure right.
yeah, man. I mean, cause it make for good talking points. And don't get me wrong, like I say, man, you know, I like to curse too sometimes, you know what I'm saying, when we talking. You feel me? But when you get in certain situations in certain rooms and then you trying to make a difference, you know, sometimes the talk that we talk ain't gonna get it, you know?
Yeah. But sometimes I try to use it to catch people ill because sometimes, and I know that
On this
it turn
on
away some people that's with the articulated talk, but then too, it's some art people that still that don't talk articulate still be wanting to still get an understanding. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one that dumb it down for the hood niggas. You see what
you
I'm
know what?
saying?
I still do a good job, even when you know what I'm saying? I still think I do a good job of giving motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying, some context on whatever word I use and what it means. Cause you know, I'm quick to let's look this shit up together. You know what I'm saying? Let's look this up together.
Oh, that boy say Trump bankrolled two president. Trump's a three who gave president. The South is free, brother. Cuz is an Eagle Scout. It's an Eagle Scout, monkey man. Now I made it to Weebelows. I didn't get to the Eagle. That was the next one before. Eagle is the ultimate. They like the 33 and the third. Well, now they really like the 33. Like make the Eagle Scout. That's the ultimate to make
Don't
it
do that.
to make it to a Edomite scout. And they say the eagle represent the Edomites. I don't want to go too deep.
Who said that? I mean, let me know, man. Go deep shit, yo, channel.
Good. Look, I just be hearing shit and I don't be going too much into it. So I be want people to go look that shit up they damn self.
Yeah, but go look. I don't know what
No,
you
but they
talking.
say I heard though, this is what I heard. Cause and maybe you can correct me, maybe you haven't heard this. It might be something for you to look up. I heard that all countries that represent the eagle that has the eagle have Edomites. That's a white predominant country.
Well, you know, shit. Illinois represent the Eagle.
Well, the United States represent the eagle. I say every country.
Yeah, the United States represent the Eagle. You feel me? So shit.
Somebody
You see
else.
that?
Mexico has an eagle on their flag. Uh,
Yeah, but they ain't predominantly white though. I don't think.
but they've been Spaniards. Them Edomites. Anything white is Edomite.
See, Mexico and Spaniards are two different things.
But Spain invaded Mexico.
But Spain and shit, and niggas invaded Spain.
Well, it's all fucked up then. Because everybody invaded. I'm just saying, because they not supposed to be speaking Spanish. That's not their native language. The Spaniards
The Moors,
came over here.
the Moors invaded Spain. You know what I'm saying?
The
The
Moors
Moors,
invaded everything. I think they behind this shit. I don't want to say that though, 'cause I know people be affiliated with shit, and I don't want to step on no toe. But I think
but the
everybody got their hand in the pot.
but the Moors supposed to be the niggas though. The Moors supposed to be the niggas. We the Moors.
Yeah, but uh, I
What?
don't know because I don't, I don't. It's not to say it ain't the same. Everything has been defiled.
Okay, I can agree with that. But
I
what's
don't
nah, that was
believe the same. I don't believe that. No, not just saying the Moors. Anything at that time when it was established is still on the same principles as it was established. That's all I'm saying. Not saying there ain't no more Moors. I don't believe because it's too much money involved. Everybody can't be standing on the same principle when money involved, and when at one time this wasn't even about money.
shit. This shit always been about money. This
Well,
shit always.
like I say, I don't even know, and I don't even know what the Moors' whole capital gain of being Moors. Like, what was they?
Wasn't no
I
capital
know
gain. Moors. They was a people, brother. What are you saying?
so
They
they
wasn't
was a people, a race of people. They wasn't like
white people.
educated people that got like say like the elders, like the Moors wasn't the elders, like the people that was just the
No, they
most
wasn't the
smartest.
elders. They was just black people. Shit, they was black
Oh,
folks.
I didn't know that. Lace a nigga down, cause shit
Why you
from
look
what
it
I'm
up?
figuring,
Why you ain't looking it up?
because hell, I didn't know. Hell, I ain't trying to be a Moor.
You ain't got to be a more. Listen, you thinking about Moorish Americans and the shit that's going on today. That's a totally different, separate shit.
See, it's a nigga like you that needs to let me know it's two different things. I don't know.
Yeah, that's some totally separate shit, man. You feel me? That's totally separate shit. You talking about the Moorish Science Temple of America with the Moorish Americans with the name L and Bay. You know what I'm saying? And the Grand Sheiks
Yeah,
and
the
all.
niggas out of St. Louis selling dope type shit.
You know what I'm saying?
So they not the same people.
Oh, so yeah, them niggas out of St. Louis, they was fucking with Meech. Them niggas out of St. Louis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ain't them the Moors though?
Yeah, them the Morris brothers. Yeah, yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Them brothers were consider well, I mean, Morris by right with the shit that they was doing, no, but Morris by identification, and that's what they took to choose.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. So just like you said earlier, like a motherfucker, a thing, Hebrew is a race when it's a language, right? That's what you said.
yeah, yeah.
See what I'm saying? But a motherfucker say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. No, you not Hebrew though, nigga. You just
Ain't no
speak
such thing.
Hebrew.
Ain't no such thing as no Hebrew.
Yeah, like just like Jewish. That's not a race, is it? Jews are not a race, is it?
No, and it ain't even language because they original language come from Yiddish. It's Yiddish. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like so. Oh man, that's a damn, man. If I'd known that, I'd have been on point. You feel me? But
No, we ain't
but yeah,
gotta get that serious over
no,
here. That's what
no,
you're
no, no,
telling us.
shit, I don't mind. But yeah, so the Jewish shit is like, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's Jewish. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, but
Yeah, Jewish. Like,
they
yeah.
speak it just like the language that we speak now, this so-called English, is German. It's an old derivative of an old German tongue, of an old German dialect. That's what we speak. And if they would have won that war, we would have been speaking modern day German.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so Uncle P. Wright, he said the Moors ruled Spain for over 700 years. So the
man.
Moors, so the Moors were people from they came from the continent of Africa. They didn't come
Mm-hmm.
from no fucking Morocco, because a lot of people like to say the Moroccans and all that crazy shit. That ain't where they came from. You know what I'm saying? And we can do some digging now. If you do some research and you get on the surface of that shit, you might run into that type information. But you got to keep
Right.
doing some digging. You got to keep doing some research. You know what I'm saying? You really got to get into this shit if you're gonna if you really want to know some shit. So the Moors are actually a fucking they just black folks. And what happened was, during the time, uh I think I want to say who was the king? Who was the Nasud or Pharaoh? Pharaoh king, Nasud, all the same shit at that time. I can't remember. The Akhenaten. Oh my goodness. It wasn't Seti. It wasn't Seti the first. Whoever was king, he was trying to bring monotheism. So basically he was trying to unite Upper and Lower Egypt and basically do away with all the pantheon of gods that they had.
Uh-huh.
Because every culture has so many gods, so it was like we gonna usher in monotheism. You know what I'm saying? So we can all just believe in one thing and keep it centralized. You know what I'm saying? That way, we ain't gotta be like, it's a God for this, it's a God for that, or a God is no, it's just one motherfucker for everything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
A lot of people don't know monotheism ain't even monotheism. I forgot what it's called. It's called something else. It's not
But
even monotheism.
people got to know that the word mono means one any goddamn way.
Yeah, but so if you're a Christian in any religion, you're not monotheism because you believe in Jesus. You believe in the devil. You believe in the angels. You believe in a lot of and then it's self contradictory because he said, "Don't put no other god before me." Like even if you believe in just him, it's impossible to believe in just him because he's telling you there's other motherfuckers out there like me.
That's what I know. And that's the thing that people fail to realize with me. That's why I keep telling person I'm a believer, not a Christian, because I don't, not saying I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I just believe his story. I believe he hung with a bunch of niggas that didn't believe in him. That's all I believe. That you hung with a bunch of niggas, and every time you showed him that you was the man, they didn't believe you until you was gone. Like most niggas. No, what that boy Biggie say? Nobody loves you until somebody kills you. Same
Mhm.
shit. As I look at Jesus' story, he had a gang of niggas. They Nipsey hustled that nigga. Or whoever. They Martin Luther King that nigga. It was an
Yeah.
inside job.
So the Moors, goddamn it, when they were trying to unite and all that shit, and then Egypt, Africa itself has been
Ooh, excuse
attacked
me.
constantly, from outside empires or nations. You know what I'm saying? The continent of Africa just it has always been a place that's flourished, and that it has
Yeah,
flourished and been plentiful in resources. You know what I'm saying? So it's been constantly under attack, bro. You know what I'm saying? Constantly
yeah,
throughout history.
man. Cause we were talking about Africa the other day. I forgot what we were talking about, but nigga, it's a spot over there in Africa, bro. The water is pure oil. Something happened where the oil, some shit happened. Man, the whole town, bro, right there where they can't fish, they can't do nothing, bro. It's so fucked up over there, man. That shit be crazy.
Now, I ain't gonna say it's so fucked up over there now. It's some good living over there. That's just what they show
Yeah,
and
nah,
portray.
but that was just that one spot. That's not even a spot for everybody to go, but it's just for people that stay in there though. It's
Yeah,
fucked
yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, so the Moors, man, they had their little secrets and shit or whatever they knew, and you know what I'm saying, they scurried over and hid, and then you got folklore that says they got into masonry and other organizations and shit like that, and out of this in order to stay afloat and go underground. You know what I'm saying, with their religious beliefs and shit like that. The Coptic religion is what and listen, and this is what I'm seeing, and this is what a lot of people don't know. That's why I hate when people talk that be misleading the people. So the more Americans, the more science temple of America that we know, the more the Allah, you know what I'm saying, them brothers.
Yeah, the I
So
lie them brothers. Yeah.
them brothers don't, they not part of the Coptic religion. The Coptic religion is the
Mm.
religion of the Moors, of the Moorish people, not the Moroccan people, the Moorish people.
Cause I
Because
done
people,
seen them, but do all the Moorish people wear the fezzes?
Moroccans wear the fezes.
See,
The,
they
the
always show them with the feds, even when
Yeah,
they
see, that's
show
what
them.
I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Moroccans were the feds, and these more
Okay.
scientific motherfuckers were the feds. And you just hear me say that the Coptic religion is the religion of the Moors, not Allah. So the original Moors ain't have shit to do with no Allah, because what no Allah around. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference. Them Moors, it's some different Moors. It's a
Yeah, no,
different
I'm
Moor.
just saying they be showing them niggas though, like when they be like when
We
they was
talking
building
about
United States.
more science temple, motherfucker. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a different set of things. It's a different set of Moors.
Damn, so I'm thinking them was the black Moors that helped build the United States. Then.
So Moors didn't come from Northern Africa. It was Moors in Southern Africa as well, Uncle P. You know what I'm saying? And they escaped. You know what I'm saying? And they escaped and went underground. And you said before Hitler controlled basically they they escaped and they went to, oh my goodness, man, they went to several different places in Europe. So when they escaped to Europe. So when they escaped, they did escape to Europe. Now, I'm not exact right now because my mind is like woo up the bell on where they was at, but they were more than just Germany. They were everywhere. Not saying that that's what you said, but I'm just saying they were everywhere in Europe. They had went to Europe and they were underground. And you got to think about it. The reason I said I mentioned the fact about Africa being always the constant invasion. You know, the North Africans, they like to say North Africans are white folks and North Africans are not black. That's a lie. North Africans were most definitely melanated people. Feel me? Due to the fact that North Africa was a central part of attacks, you feel me? Yeah, the people of that land became lighter because of the fucking war and the
Invasion.
conquer and the invading that took over. You feel? Yes, that's why. And it was several groups, like and people, and it wasn't just man. I'm talking about everybody attacked. Everybody. That's why. That's why. And honestly, just to think about that, I wonder if that's why it's so much fucking diverse ethnicity in the continent. I'm not saying that we as a people can't be that. You know what I'm saying? But that's if we going according to history, I think I gotta factor that shit in. Like that's probably the reason why they the most. You know what I'm saying? You know they speak like man, them motherfuckers speak so many languages, brothers, and dialect. Cause you gotta think about it. They was colonized by a lot of their conquerors. And then a lot of their tongues were similar. The Igbo, the Wolof languages. You know what I'm saying? And see, and that's why I tell people I don't understand why y'all be fucking with that Bible, bro. Why y'all don't fuck with some African diasporas? Then the motherfucker gonna get funny, y'all. Well, which one is for you? Whichever one you choose, motherfucker.
I'm cool
Don't
with
learn
it,
about
Bob.
the Shangos and the Shangos. Because y'all don't understand the same shit that y'all doing in that Bible and that book that y'all reading, or that Lord or this God or whoever the fuck that you resonating with, which I don't mind who you resonating with. That shit ain't nothing new under the sun, man. That is one of the most realest and truest statements I have ever heard in my fucking life, bro. Ain't nothing new under the sun.
Oh, no bullshit.
Any subject we even talked about, don't get me wrong, it might be done a little different because we in 2025. But from the perversion shit we was talking about, bro, to that homosexual shit that we was talking about, bro, to this shit we talking about now. Ain't nothing new under the sun. All this shit is a regurgitation. Man is fucking fat. I ain't gonna say, man. Mankind is foul. Fucked up. That's why I'm mad about. You can't even be mad at a lot of the shit that go on. But I can be mad that we as a people ain't got our piece of the fucking pie. And you'll be a damn fool. And then this fear thing. Why is everybody so motherfucking scared, bro? Like bro, they beat up on there. Motherfuckers beat up. It's war.
That's what people fail to realize. That's the only way it's gonna be. You gotta give it the same way they giving it. All this marching, all this peace talk. They ain't they. it sound good in the beginning, but then they just trap it right back into some more bullshit.
You say you disagree. You disagree with what? What do you disagree with, Uncle P? That you say they were Berber and Arab. Who was Berber and Arab? The Moors? You trying to say
I'm
the
gonna be
Moors were Berber? You
who
said the Moors were Berbers and Arabs? No, Uncle P.
y'all.
I think I got a little bit. I think I got a little bit more studying in on that and a few more books that would disagree with you. You know what I'm saying? See, I got books on this subject. So what do you, well first I don't even know well first I need to know what you disagree with. Who were Berbers and Arabs? The Moors? He said Alexandria was a metropolis but got destroyed by a tsunami.
I
I don't
wonder
know
how
nothing about
much Shannon Sharp sells. I'm finna see how much Shannon Sharp sell the life for. How much he sell the life for? You know?
I think they say some shit about around about 23 million or something like that.
Hell nah. Bitch, I'll go see a bit of tape. I let you put all my business out there before I give a bitch $23 million. I don't give a damn if you tell me I was sucking dick. Bitch, I don't give a damn. I ain't giving that much money.
See, and check it out. And I'm gonna give it to you and I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna read this shit that they got in here. So they say the Moors were Muslim inhabitants of Maghreb, North Africa, and the Iberian Peninsula during the medieval period. See, they putting the Moors in the medieval period. I'm putting the Moors. See, that's what I'm saying. I'm putting the Moors. The Moors has been around since the inception of Ptah. You know who Ptah is, Uncle P? You should. I think you might know. You know what I'm saying? So listen, and according to this, so listen, Uncle P. Yeah, you're right. This is what they're gonna tell you. They were primarily Arab and Berber origin, right? They were ruling the Iberian Peninsula, modern day Spain and Portugal. Lastly, from 711 to 1492, the term Moor was initially used by Europeans to describe inhabitants of Mauritania, a Roman province in North Africa, and later became associated with Muslim population in the Iberian Peninsula. Again, like I told you, a lot of these motherfucking light skin, see, a lot of this light skin ass shit. That's what I say. They attack the tip of North Africa, right? They attack, and the Berbers and the so-called well, the Berbers. Let's stick to the Berbers. The Berbers were originally what we thought were, or what people would say are the Hyksos or the Hyksos. You know what I'm saying? Which comes from Hyberu. You know what I'm saying? So man. All right, Uncle P. You feel me? So you got your what we call him Hyksos or Hyksos king, which actually originated from the word Hyberu, which is a native word in the tongue of that continent, which didn't come from no motherfucking Portugal or no Spain or no Iberian Peninsula. You feel me? The Moors were in Central. The Moors actually, Uncle P, were Nubian. They were Nubian. You say you're real familiar with the Moors and people evicted from the Spain. See, the Moors were actually Nubian, and you didn't hear about Moors. The first time we really started hearing about Moors is when what's my man name Hannibal. You know, that's when you hear about the Moors. That's why you got the dates. That's why you got that 7/11 date.
Oh, I found some shit. Berbers versus y'all want to hear this shit right quick, and
Go
then
ahead.
maybe you could elaborate a little bit more on it. It's on. It's a before how Berbers became Arabs. Y'all want to listen to that?
Oh yeah, read it, brother. Let's get it.
Hold on.
Makes Berbers different from Arabs in North Africa. You will be surprised by their ancient link to Europe. North Africa is home to two major ethnic groups. Arabs form the majority in most countries there, while Berbers are the indigenous population. But what makes these two ethnicities so distinct? Berbers have lived in North Africa for millennia. Their presence in this region dates back to the Stone Age era. They survived several Greek and Roman invasions. Now everything changed when Arabs conquered the Maghreb. Arabs introduced their language and culture. The impact wasn't just cultural, but genetic too. This matches what happened thousands of years before Islam. So which group has the most distinct DNA profile? Berbers have higher early European farmer input, while Arabs show more Middle Eastern ancestry. This difference is most visible in rural areas, making mountain Berbers the most genetically unique. What makes Berber?
Is that true or false?
He on point.
But they showing white people though.
Yeah, but you ain't just hear me say a lot of people like to say that North Africans were white folks.
Yeah.
You ain't hear me before I even started this whole thing, but I said that's not even true. They were really melanated, and the only way they became like that was through the invasions. Like they say, they invaded the tip of North Africa. That's why I say, man, it's a lot of surface shit though. That's why I say the Moors were actually Nubian, bro. And see, this is what I'm telling you. That like when I forget the pharaoh name. When he tried to unite the king, when he tried to unite and bring Upper and Lower Egypt into monotheism, that's when they got the fuck up out of there. You know what I'm saying? They that's when they escaped to Europe. See, we hear about the Moors a lot of times, like I say, like off how I read with that 7-Eleven, that's Hannibal. That's the brother from Carthage. You know what I'm saying?
So when you look at the, go ahead.
You know, let's see. Let's ask this Hannibal. Let's see. Let me ask this. Is Hannibal a
Okay,
Berber?
we play this right quick.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, you have to remember that the Moors were different peoples that came together and went into the interiors of Spain through the Straits of Gibraltar. Now, the Straits of Gibraltar is the area where Morocco is separated by a strait of water from Spain. So you're talking about North Africa is separated from Spain, and the Moors went and invaded Spain under General Tariq. Now, General Tariq was what you call a Saracen. The Moors were Saracens. I mean, they were black Arabs. These black Arabs came together with the quote unquote Berber tribes in that area. They don't tell you that these Berber tribes were dispersed Israelites. They just call them Berbers. They went through Spain almost with no opposition. Now, Spain had an army, but they were swiftly defeated. All of these cities in Spain. So when you look at the
Is he on this P? Is he on this square?
Yeah. The white boy was too.
That's what I want to see. Let me go back to this. Minister Farad Muhammad.
This nigga is stupid. No, you saying exactly your point. You say, by the way, not looking up anything.
No.
I hear you what you're saying. You going by oral history. So only I Google what the Moors are to say, yeah, that's what they're gonna say. I know what they're gonna say, but I got books on this shit.
But I want to know is that the true standard? I don't want to know that's what they're gonna say to make the masses feel good, because that's why we fucked up now.
Yeah, that's that surface shit. We get a lot of
so
surface.
That's not the real shit. Then if it's the surface shit, we got to go beyond the surface.
That's what I said. We get a lot of that. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, the original Moors were. That's why, like I say, you don't hear about the Moors, and you talk about the Spain invasion. That shit, like that's when you hear about that shit. You don't hear about the Moors from Nubia. Just like he say, they was a collective group. They were from everywhere. They wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, what you call a Berber. And what we call a Berber, like how you said, you see a white folks, they wasn't white folks. Just like right now, I know a brother from Lebanon. He white as all outdoors. The motherfuckers wasn't that colored in. Every Egyptian you see white than the motherfucker. It's because where they was thoughtful
face. Vi, author, educator, historian. Come on, Jordan.
Well, let me see. Here go your homeboy right here.
You're reminding me of some of the leaders of the Nation of Islam.
But we have differences.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Nation of Islam.
I respect the Nation of Islam. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has been one of the most consistent voices for Black consciousness in the United States.
Yeah.
He may be the longest running voice of consistent Black consciousness because he's been blessed to be with us in the flesh for so long. But there's differences. They operate on a religious paradigm. I do not operate on a religious paradigm. No religion is going to save Black people. No religion. Black people have to save Black people. I am a Pan-Africanist. They are not. I'm about the complete and total solidarity and liberation of all African people in the world. That is not their agenda. Although we are both nationalists and we probably have far more in common than we have differences, and I stand in solidarity with my brothers and sisters from the Nation of Islam, but the program of the Honorable Marcus Garvey is not the program of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
You reminded me of someone.
So he under Marcus Garvey. He running the Marcus Garvey program.
Yeah. They say Marcus Garvey was responsible for the Pan-Africanism.
What the fuck do the PAN stand for in African? What do that PAN stand for?
Look it up.
Man,
Shit.
that's what the platform is for.
Yeah, but we can look it up so we can hear it together. That's also what the platform is for.
Man,
I'm just saying, like, so
what
we
do
can
Pan and Pan African mean?
Yeah. You said your family oral history, so you are more Uncle P?
What is Pan-Africanism?
Pan-Africanism, if I was to sum it up in three basic principles. Number one, all African people are one family. Whether you're in South Africa speaking Zulu or Xhosa, whether you're in Nigeria speaking Yoruba or Igbo, whether you're in Kenya speaking Maasai or Kikuyu, whether you're in Senegal speaking Wolof or Mandingo, whether you're in South Bronx speaking Ebonics, or in Haiti speaking French, or Brazil speaking Portuguese, we one family. And it doesn't matter what your religion is, whether you're Muslim or Christian or traditional African spiritualist, whether you pledge allegiance to this flag or that flag, whether you're light skin or dark skin, straight hair, nappy hair like mine, one family.
Yeah.
And we should identify on the level of our Africanity first. Being African is more important than anything else. Why? Because God made you an African. Everything else you belong to, you chose. You can leave Christianity tomorrow. You can leave Islam tomorrow. You can renounce your South African citizenship tomorrow.
What is Pan-African?
That's what it is. I'm gonna see what they say. Cause that's him. Cause he wants some money after he said that. You still here,
Yeah, I'm
Bearded?
listening to Yeah.
Shit. Why I thought you was fell out? Cause Restream be tricky.
What is Pan-Africanism? Pan-Africanism is grounded in the belief that all African descendants, whether inside or outside the continent, are one nation, due to sharing an interconnected history. It was a political movement and an ideology that was very popular during the 20s. So when colonialism was...
I got you. Hold on, I got you, Uncle P. So some were Berber. I get, but my original. So when I thought you were just trying to say they was Berber and Arabs, like they wasn't just Berber and Arabs. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Work one nation under niggas, which is what, because the Africans don't have to understand, bitch. In order to get down, y'all gotta understand that y'all not better than us, and we not better than you, bitch. We need y'all to be a part of the program. We don't need y'all to do this.
So Uncle P say so Africans are more important than anyone else. What the fuck? Well, I mean, if you're gonna be for your people, why not? That's shit. That's all I'm saying. I mean, but that's all he's saying. You know, he just saying, shit, Pan Africanism, meaning anybody under the melanated umbrella. I guess that's what Umar was trying to say. You know what I'm saying? To bring all melanated people under one umbrella to be shit, I guess, what I'm saying, a mighty nation. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but as we know it today, I mean, we black folks don't really align with Africans, but yeah, I mean, we all African. If that's the case, though, we all African. We all African. We all African. We just displaced. Every ethnicity is a displaced African. Oh shit, real shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, for real, man. Listen, man, listen. Whatever you are, man, I believe you should be for your people, bro. Facts. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
If it can be done without, you know what I'm saying, maliciously harming or doing harm to another group of motherfuckers, I'm all for it. But when it comes to the, when you gotta be killing off motherfuckers because you think you superior and supreme, or kidnapping and enslaving and all that shit, yeah, that's when it's a problem.
Many people think ants bite using their pinchers, but that's not what happens. When an ant bites you, it uses its pinchers to grab your skin, and this part doesn't even hurt. Once they hold onto your skin with their pinchers, the
I
ant then curves its body and stabs its stinger into you, injecting venom. It can sting multiple times in the same spot, which can cause a sharp pinching pain. Interestingly, when the ant stings you, it releases alarm pheromones that tell every other ant in the vicinity to also bite. This is the reason you typically get more than one bite at a time. Many people think ants.
man.
How you go from the Moors to motherfucking National Geographic, man?
That's the shit I be talking about. That's how I go. I go from ancient Egypt to a nigga named Tornado. See what I'm saying? Shit happens over here.
Fucking hell, man.
Ain't no telling what I may what. I just think people need to know that about an ant bite. We ant don't bite us. They fuck the shit out of us with their stinger. With that show what he was doing. What they doing in Chicago? I knew it would go to a goddamn.
While aid is being delivered, organizations who have witnessed the crisis firsthand say it is a drop in the bucket compared to what is needed to thwart a famine. Many say the situation is not about politics, but about humanity. In the comfort of a Chicago church, Allah Saman talks to faith leaders as his family in Gaza spends their days looking for food and water. As
Damn.
images of starving children continue to be shown, United Nations-backed experts say famine is imminent. Saman describes his father's normal day in Gaza.
My father walks through shattered streets to search for water. Even if he leaves before sunrise, lines are already long. Sometimes, after waiting for hours, he returns empty-handed.
Saman, the Council of Islamic Organizations of Greater Chicago faith leaders, and the Chicago-based humanitarian organization Med Global are demanding a ceasefire and a full-scale, immediate humanitarian aid into Gaza.
There is 70,000.
See, now I knew what my partner was talking about when he came back from Afghanistan and shit. I understand he say, man, you niggas over here fighting for colors and them folks over there fighting for religion and food and shit. We fighting for a stupid ass cause. They really trying to eat over there.
I mean, because it's set up different over there than it is over here. So, you got to understand that.
Yeah, they strain is different because shit, I know that church can whip up $1 million and get something right. Shit, them folks over there scraping and scrambling for food like a motherfucker, dog. That shit crazy. And then people want to complain about this the little shit we eat here, bro. Nah, man, I thank God, bro. Sometimes I don't know. And I know you think the universal where you stay, shit.
Uncle P say he don't identify. Uncle P great. He say Puerto Ricans are are all colors, including African. He say me ain't brown like Mexicans. He say I don't identify with Mexicans. Hey, Mexicans is black folks too, though. You feel me? Like it's you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Don't get me wrong. Everybody, you know what? Everybody
Israel by God had 12 sons who became the founders of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Shut the fuck
Each
up.
tribe had its own role in shaping the nation. Reuben, the firstborn, and Simeon had smaller tribes, with Simeon's eventually merging into Judah. Levi's tribe served as priests and did not inherit land. Judah became the most powerful tribe, producing kings like David and eventually the Messiah. Jacob's other sons like Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher formed tribes that settled throughout the land, while Issachar and Zebulun thrived through agriculture and trade. Joseph's two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, became tribes of their own, while Benjamin produced Israel's first king, Saul. Together, these 12 tribes built the nation of Israel, each contributing to its history and legacy as God's chosen people. Jacob,
That's cool. But I don't know.
Yeah, that's some more of that spooky shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's more of that spooky shit. Like, okay, so they say Judah blacks, Benjamin West Indians, Levi Haitians, Ephraim Puerto Ricans, Manassas Cubans, Simeon Dominicans, Zebulun Guatemala, Panama, Panama, Guatemala, Panama, Gad North American Indians, Reuben Seminole Indian, Asher Brazilian Indians, Issachar Mexican Indians, and Nefertiti uh Argentinian Indians. I hope I said that right, Nefertiti.
Naphtali.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that chart ain't been proven though. You know what I'm saying?
I know, man. I'm glad you said that, bro. That's why I can't fuck with them Hebrew Israelite people. And I don't mean it in that wrong way, but you can't say that's us. We don't know that shit. Who said that? Y'all just guessing that shit. Is nowhere in the Bible say that's exactly what? Because they say, okay, Judah the blacks. Who said that? Cause, man, come on, man. He was this. That's why I was telling you what it say. And, you know, and I don't want to bring that back up about what it said in the Bible about the generation shit, man. Leave that shit alone. We need to worry about it right now, man. They finna drop a bomb on y'all motherfucking ass, and you trying to worry about who the fuck you is. You gonna be dead the motherfucker if you don't look out for what they doing. Shit, we know who he is enough. If we can all agree that we African, because I like the panism thing, because I believe that's the only our country would have to be damn near pan if we gonna let the Africans in. I like the pan African, man. I don't want to eat no. I don't want to eat no noodles. I want some more. The fuck I just ate? Where's my bowl? Did I eat the bowl? Shit.
So pan, this is what pan in African mean. So pan. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Mm-mm. Well, it's a lot. So pan is a combining meaning. So pan is a combining form meaning all, derived from Greek word pas. It appears in words like panorama, pandemic, and panacea, or in Pangea, all together, meaning all together, basically. You know. If my cousin is black, your cousin blacker than me. I can believe that. I believe that. Cause y'all got the African in y'all blood. Nah. Uncle say his cousin is blacker than me. I said I could African.
Ain't no Pan African when she's gone. I'm just Pan African today.
What the fuck?
I ain't Pan African when she gone. And it's Africa, this ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Ibu, 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 Ibu. He said, that's what you gotta say in African, because you can't say I know, I know, I know.
This motherfucker's stupid, man. How you know what the hell you just said though?
That's what I'm gonna say in my language. That means I know Ibu. So you hear me saying Ibu, that's my own goddamn language. Don't
Yeah, but
mind
that
me.
might mean something. But while you playing, that might really mean something though.
Yeah, when you know what, we might, because I know my TV or show tell us if I go to Google if Ibu means something. Let me see what they talking about.
Nephilim. The Nephilim are mysterious beings who appear in Genesis chapter 6, verses 1 through 4, and Numbers chapter 13, verse 33, often interpreted as a race of giants and a symbol of primordial chaos. In Genesis, they were born from the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men. The phrase sons of God in Hebrew, Bnei Ha-Elohim, is interpreted by some early Jewish and Christian traditions as fallen angels. Compare 1 Enoch chapter 6 through 7 and 2 Peter chapter 2 verse 4, who breached celestial boundaries and produced hybrid offspring of extraordinary power. The name Nephilim comes from the Hebrew root means to fall, thus meaning the fallen ones or those who cause others to fall. In Numbers chapter 13, verse 33, the Israelite spies claimed to have seen the Nephilim in the land of Canaan and felt like grasshoppers in their presence, an indication that they were immensely large and terrifying. Their existence is often linked to the moral corruption so severe that God decided to destroy the world with the Great Flood. Although their historical existence cannot be verified, the narrative's influence is immense. The Nephilim also feature extensively in non-canonical texts like the Book of Enoch, which portrays them as predators of humanity and destroyers of the earth. In popular culture, they are often associated with ancient giants, alien races, or supernatural creatures. In short, the Nephilim represent a forbidden mixture of the celestial and human realms, resulting in great chaos and serving as a warning against violating divine order.
So look, these are the different things. Have you heard of any of these that are where you want to listen to it first?
Oh yeah.
All right, I'm finna play it out. That was the Nephilim that was first. This one called Rephium. Let me rewind it because I don't want to say it wrong.
Nephilim represent a forbidden mixture of the celestial and human realms, resulting in great chaos and serving as a warning against violating divine order. Rephaim. The Rephaim were an ancient group of giants mentioned in various parts of the Bible, notably in Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11, Genesis chapter 14, verse 5, and Joshua chapter 12, verse 4, as the original inhabitants of the region of Canaan and its surroundings before the arrival of the Israelites. They are described as beings of extraordinary size and strength, often associated with fear and supernatural power. One of the most famous figures of the Rephaim is Og, king of Bashan, who is said to sleep on an iron bed 9 cubits long, about 13 feet, a detail that emphasizes his immense size and physical prowess. Deuteronomy chapter 3, verse 11. The name Rephaim also appears in the context of the realm of the dead, Sheol, implying they may have also been regarded as ancestral spirits or shadowy entities after death. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, and Psalm chapter 88, verse 10. In ancient texts like the Ugaritic Baal cycle, a similar term is used to describe the spirits of dead heroes, reinforcing the idea that the Rephaim had a spiritual or mythological dimension. The Bible records that the Ammonites called them Zamzum Mim, and the Moabites called them Amim, indicating they were widely known in different regions by different names. Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 through 21. Although eventually wiped out by the Israelites and their allies, the existence of the Rephaim implies an ancient world inhabited by mighty races that now only remain in records and legends.
Anakim. The Anakim were a tribe of giants descended from Anak who lived in the region of Canaan, particularly in Hebron, Debir, and the hill country. Joshua chapter 11, verses 21 through 22. They are first mentioned in Numbers chapter 13, verses 28 and 33, when the Israelite spies described the Anakim as giants who made them feel like grasshoppers. The word Anakim comes from the name Anak, who, according to Joshua chapter 15, verse 13, was the father of three giants, Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai. The Israelites were terrified of the Anakim due to their extraordinary stature and their reputation as formidable warriors. Some ancient and modern sources associate the Anakim with the Nephilim, suggesting they were remnants of the giant race from before the flood, though there is no explicit textual evidence beyond the spies' report. In Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 2, they are described as a people great and tall, of whom you have heard it said, who can stand before the sons of Anak? This fear caused the first generation of Israelites to fail to enter the promised land. However, in Joshua chapter 11, verses 21 through 22, it is recounted that Joshua drove out the Anakim from the hill country, leaving only a few in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod, the very places that later produced Goliath, or Samuel chapter 17, who was likely their descendant. The Anakim symbolize the overwhelming power of the enemy in the Israelite narrative, but also serve as a symbol of faith's.
You said something?
No, I'm listening.
Oh.
Victory over fear through obedience to God. Zamzummim. The Zamzummim are one of the most mysterious giant tribes in the Bible, mentioned explicitly only once in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 20 through 21. They were the ancient inhabitants of the region of Ammon and are described as a people great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. The Ammonites called them Zamzummim, but the Bible identifies them as part of the giant group known as the Rephaim. The name Zamzummim itself sounds onomatopoeic, perhaps mimicking a sound or mumbling. It has no clear meaning in Hebrew, making their origins even more obscure. In the narrative of Deuteronomy, the Lord gave victory to the Ammonites to drive out the Zamzummim from that territory, just as he helped Israel against their enemies. Their existence indicates that giant races like the Rephaim and Anakim were not limited to the land of Canaan, but were also spread across other regions like Ammon and Moab, each with different local names. The fact that the Zamzummim are mentioned only briefly but are associated with extraordinary strength reinforces their image as mighty beings lost to time. In later Jewish tradition, the Zamzummim are often equated with the ancient races that were annihilated before the Israelite conquest. Although they are nearly forgotten in the Bible's grand narrative, the brief mention of the Zamzummim opens a window into an ancient world filled with giant races and great conflicts that preceded the history of the Israelite nation. Girgashites. The Girgashites were one of the 7 original Canaanite tribes mentioned as targets for Israelite conquest in Genesis chapter 15, verse 21, Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1, and Joshua chapter 24, verse 11. However, compared to other tribes like the Hittites, Amorites, or Jebusites, information about the Girgashites is extremely minimal, making them one of the most mysterious tribes in the Bible. There is no explicit record of a battle between Israel and this tribe, no famous king conquered city or detailed genealogy. Some scholars speculate that this tribe may have left the region of Canaan before the Israelite conquest, perhaps migrating to North Africa because their archaeological and narrative traces are so thin. Their name is believed to derive from the Hebrew root garish, meaning to drive out or to expel, possibly alluding to their fate of being driven out or choosing to leave early. In the Septuagint, the Greek Bible, their mention is sometimes omitted, suggesting that even by the time the Greek text was being compiled, their existence was already considered insignificant or unclear. Although they only appear in lists of tribes to be conquered, the presence of the Girgashites illustrates the ethnic and cultural diversity that filled Canaan before the arrival of Israel. Their obscurity only enhances their mysterious aura, and in Jewish and rabbinic literature, they are sometimes used as a symbol of nations that are lost to history, forgotten by man, but recorded by God. The Kenites. The Kenites were a small nomadic tribe that had a unique relationship with the nation of Israel, primarily through Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, who is called a priest of Midian, Exodus chapter 3, verse 1, and Judges chapter 1, verse 16.
I spoke about that.
They were not part of the Israelite tribes, but were respected and accepted because of
What'd you say?
I said the Midianites spoke about that Sunday.
Are you gonna talk about them Sunday?
I said I spoke about the Midianites Sunday.
Oh,
Talk
you
about
did?
yes, yeah.
I have to go back.
You need
Can
to
y'all
come
see
in.
the screen good? Can you see the screen good?
What?
Can you see the screen good?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just because I want to make sure it's aimed right where y'all can see. Because I was like, damn, y'all need to see what I'm looking at. That'd be more better.
No, the audio is fine for me. What you looking at? That visual should be bullshit.
Yeah, because they got white people. That's what be making me mad.
Jethro's role as a spiritual advisor to Moses.
I mean, no meaning to white people. It just that's not historical. I think they ain't close to historic record. Some of it might be, but everybody was white, man. Somebody gotta be some shade. God damn.
And their loyalty to the God of Israel. In Genesis chapter 15, verse 19, they are listed as one of the original peoples of the promised land to be given to Abraham's descendants. However, instead of becoming enemies, they allied with Israel. In Judges chapter 4, verses 11 and 17, the woman Jael, wife of Heber the Kenite, killed Sisera, the enemy commander, by driving a tent peg through his head, a heroic act praised in the Song of Deborah. The Kenites are depicted as living separately from the Canaanites and often settling in arid or mountainous regions, such as the Negev of Judah. They seem to have had expertise in metalworking consistent with the etymological connection of their name to the word Kayin, smith. In 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 6, Saul warned the Kenites to move away before he attacked the Amalekites as a sign of respect for their past kindness to Israel. Although not part of the Sinai covenant, the Kenites served as an example of a non-Israelite people who lived in reverence of God and played a role in the salvation plan for his people. Their relationship reflects that kindness and loyalty can transcend ethnic boundaries in the biblical narrative. The Amim were one of the ancient giant tribes mentioned in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 10 through 11, described as a people great and numerous and tall as the Anakim. They formerly inhabited the region of Ar before the Moabites came and drove them out. The name Emim means the feared ones in Hebrew, reflecting their reputation as terrifying beings. The Bible identifies them as part of the larger group called the Rephaim, a race of giants that appears repeatedly in Hebrew Bible tradition. Although not much narrative information is given about the Emim, their existence serves as evidence that the regions surrounding the Promised Land, including the areas of Ammon and Moab, were also inhabited by these extraordinary beings. The Emim were the counterpart to the Zamzumim in the region of Ammon and the Anakim in Canaan, suggesting that the Rephaim may have consisted of various local branches known by different names to each nation. In the narrative of Deuteronomy, the story of the Moabites' conquest of the Omim is used to encourage the Israelites that just as God gave victory to other nations over these giants, so too would Israel be able to conquer its enemies. The Emim are not mentioned in direct battle narratives and seem to have been extinct before the arrival of Israel, but their mention provides a deep historical and mythological background about the ancient races that once inhabited the ancient Near East. Horites. The Horites, Hebrew Horim, likely meaning cave dwellers or mountain people, were an ancient tribe that first inhabited the mountainous region of Seir, the area that later became the land belonging to the descendants of Esau the Edomite. They are mentioned in Genesis chapter 14, verse 6, Genesis
My people.
chapter 36, verses 20 through 30, and Deuteronomy chapter 2, verses 12 and 22. The Horites are considered the original inhabitants of the region before being conquered and wiped out by the descendants of Esau in a pattern similar to what Israel did to the Canaanite tribes. Their existence is very obscure. There is no narrative of a major battle, a famous king, or complete genealogy explicitly described. They are mentioned as the ancestors of several local chiefs, such as Lotan, Shobal, and Zebeon, who later became part of Edomite social structure. Some scholars speculate that the Hurrites might be related to the Hurrian people of northern Mesopotamia based on phonetic similarities and geographical context, but this remains speculative. Their nickname as cave dwellers gives an impression of a primitive life or geographical isolation. reinforcing their character as a tribe associated with a past that has been swallowed by history. In the context of the biblical narrative, the expulsion of the Horites is used as proof that God gives territory to other nations besides Israel, such as Edom and Moab, in a legitimate manner. The Horites are a symbol of ancient inhabitants who no longer hold power, replaced by a nation chosen or permitted by God to occupy their land. The tribe of Dan. The tribe of Dan was one of the 12 tribes of Israel, descended from Jacob's son by Bilhah, Genesis chapter 30, verse 6. Yet it is known as the most mysterious tribe because it is missing from the list of tribes in Revelation chapter 7, verses 4 through 8, which names the 144,000 sealed from the 12 tribes, but makes no mention of Dan at all. In Israelite history, the tribe of Dan has a controversial track record. They were initially allotted territory in southwestern Canaan, Joshua chapter 19, verses 40 through 48, but struggled to conquer it, then migrated north and captured the city of Laish, which they renamed Dan, Judges chapter 18. In this process, they also established a center of idolatry with Micah's graven image, a major violation of the law of Moses. This led the tribe of Dan to be frequently associated with idolatry and spiritual rebellion. Some early Jewish and Christian traditions even linked the tribe of Dan with the origin of the Antichrist, a view that, while not directly based in the Bible, reinforces the negative and mysterious aura surrounding them. The disappearance of Dan from the list in Revelation is considered by many interpreters to be a symbol of judgment for their past errors. While the Old Testament lists of tribes include Dan, its absence in end times prophecy makes it the only major Israelite tribe to be spiritually erased from the record of divine restoration, a warning about the dangers of apostasy and unfaithfulness to God. Magog, Meshech, and Tubal. Magog, Meshech, and Tubal are ancient nations mentioned in the list of Noah's descendants. Genesis chapter 10, verse 2, as the offspring of Japheth, yet they reappear prominently in the apocalyptic prophecies of Ezekiel chapters 38 through 39 and Revelation chapter 20, verse 8. In Ezekiel, Gog of the land of Magog leads a great coalition from the north, including Meshech and Tubal, to attack Israel in the end times, only to be spectacularly defeated by divine
Okay.
intervention. In Revelation, Gog and Magog represent the final global force manipulated by Satan after the millennium to rebel against God's people, only to be ultimately destroyed. Their geographical identity remains debated to this day, with some linking them to regions of southern Russia, Anatolia, Turkey, or the Caucasus based on Assyrian records and Greek history. These names appear to symbolize great enemies from the far north, a representation of uncertainty, brutal power, and a cosmic threat. Meshech and Tubal are also known from ancient records of the metal trade, Ezekiel chapter 27, verse 13, suggesting they were prosperous yet cruel nations. Gog and Magog are frequently used in Jewish and Christian apocalyptic literature as a symbol of the Antichrist force that will emerge before the final judgment. Their presence at the beginning of history as sons of Japheth and at the end of history in prophecy makes them unique. They frame human history from its post-flood beginnings to the final eschatological confrontation against God.
See, welcome to Greater Mount Carmel Bible Study Origin Class.
That's what's up. What's up?
No, but this the type of shit I be watching. I want to see what that other shit was they were talking about. I'm gonna go back to that
Man,
channel.
this type of shit I like too. I like this type of shit. This type of shit
Nephilim,
Hold on, we
the
gonna get
Nephilim
that.
were mysterious beings.
What else they talking about? Every other god in the Bible is 16 minutes.
You say who?
It say
Baal.
every other god in the Bible explained in 16 minutes.
Get it.
Let's go.
Baal was the principal god in the Canaanite and Phoenician religions, often associated with rain, storms, fertility, and crop growth. The name Baal means Lord or Master in West Semitic languages. In the Bible, Baal becomes the primary symbol of the idolatry condemned by the prophets of Israel. His worship was widespread among the nations surrounding Israel, such as the Phoenicians and Canaanites. and even influenced several kings of Israel and Judah. This includes Ahab and Jezebel, who were infamous for promoting the cult of Baal. 1 Kings 16, verse 31 to 33. The Bible portrays Baal as a serious threat to the Israelites' loyalty to Yahweh. One of the most famous accounts is the confrontation on Mount Carmel, where the prophet Elijah challenged 450 prophets of Baal to a divine contest to prove which God was real. 1 Kings 18. In that incident, Baal failed to send a sign, whereas Yahweh sent down fire from heaven, proving his power. Archaeology has uncovered numerous inscriptions and altars dedicated to Baal, including depictions of Baal of Ugarit holding a lightning bolt, affirming his role as a weather god. Baal was not just a god of rain, he also symbolized the cycle of nature's death and rebirth. His worship often involved sexual rituals and sacrifices, which were vehemently opposed by Mosaic law. Baal represented an ideological and spiritual threat that frequently led the nation of Israel to turn away from Yahweh, making him the central focus of condemnation by the prophets of the Old Testament. Asherah. Asherah was a highly revered fertility goddess in Canaanite religions and was often referred to as the consort of El, the supreme god of the Canaanite pantheon. In Ugaritic literature discovered in modern day Syria, Asherah is described as the mother of the gods, a protector of the sea, and a source of fertility. Based on archaeological and ancient textual evidence, there are strong indications that some ancient Israelites may have associated Asherah as Yahweh's consort in their local practices, though this was vehemently rejected by the official prophetic tradition. The Bible repeatedly mentions Asherah poles, which were erected on high places and near altars. These poles were often centers of worship considered deviant by the prophets and were destroyed by reforming kings like Josiah. 2 Kings 23, verse 4 to 7. In Joshua 24, verse 14, and Judges 3, verse 7, the Israelites are rebuked for forsaking Yahweh to worship Baal and Asherah. Archaeological finds, such as the Kuntilat Ajud inscriptions in the Sinai, contain the phrase Yahweh and his Asherah, suggesting a phase of syncretism, religious blending, in the history of Israelite belief. Although not recognized in official Jewish and Christian theology, this evidence shows that the worship of Asherah was once part of the socio-religious reality of ancient Israel. Asherah symbolizes the tension between the monotheism taught by the prophets and the more pluralistic folk practices of the people. Molech, sometimes spelled Moloch, is one of the most condemned gods in the Bible, primarily because he's associated with the abhorrent practice of child sacrifice, which was strictly forbidden by Mosaic law. Molech was worshipped by the Ammonites and is mentioned in the context of the most horrifying forms of idolatry. In Leviticus 18, verse 21, God explicitly forbids the Israelites from.
What's up?
Yeah, so you remember when they not, see so yeah, but you forgot the Mosaic law. The Old Testament was into sacrificing the children. Remember when God told Abraham to bring your motherfucking son up here and put him on his altar?
Mm-hmm.
So how many times do you think that has happened before him and it actually went through? Because that's what the fuck it was. Go ahead.
But you think but God was trying to get him to stop doing it though?
Nah, I don't think so, because they were sacrificing to him. The people came up with that motherfucking law.
They were sacrificing, seemed like to him they saying though.
They were sacrificing to Moloch, but you got to think about it, man. Moloch ain't even in the picture no more. When you first hear about a sacrificial, you heard about the Abraham shit with his son to God.
Yeah, because I don't even think Moloch was even in the even thought of yet.
Yeah, Moloch was thought of, but you don't know. Don't nobody teach about that, so you don't know about that. Sticking to what we know, we learning about it now. Well, I ain't gonna say we learning about it. Well, but most we gonna say we learning about it now. You know what I'm saying? This is what Moloch was, but again, with Moloch out of the picture, who was we sacrificing? Who was Abraham trying to sacrifice his child to? God, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gonna say one man's truth is another man's fable. I mean, shit. I'm just reading. If you read it out the book, yeah. You know, so all these old ancient ass names I think these come from different other groups and religions and shit that they just compiled and try to put it into one.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Anu and the Anukim and the Rephaim and the Nephilims and shit like that. You know, you forget Moses came from the land of Ur, Sumeria, where the Emerald Tablets was at, where they talk about the Anunnaki, the
Mm-hmm.
Anu. The same fucking names that they said. All again, ain't nothing new under the sun. Been regurgitated. Or Moses brought what the fuck he was learning where he was at to this new land and put a spin on it and put a spin on it for the people. Ain't nobody ever said that shit. You feel me? Like, cause you gotta notice, like if ain't nothing new under the sun, and let's just some Sumeria was here first or whatever the fuck, every story ain't nothing but a regurgitation with a little spin on it. Cause these was some big giant motherfuckers. If you after this, if you go into the Anunnaki and listen to their story, this shit is gonna sound the same like what we listening to. But go ahead, play.
It don't sound the same, but just a different name.
That's what I'm saying. See, but that's what I'm saying. But see, but Moses came from Sumer. So again, maybe Moses came into the land with what the fuck he already knew from his homeland and put a spin on it because it was some new motherfuckers, and he figured he could pull the wool over their eye.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to that in a few minutes. Cause this is sound like a traveling hustle from back in the day.
Giving any of your children to be sacrificed to Moloch, with severe penalties for violators, including death. Child sacrifice to Molech likely involved burning children alive on or inside a hollow metal statue that was heated until it was red hot. This account aligns with descriptions in ancient sources, such as Greek and Roman writings, describing similar sacrifices in Carthage, where the worship of a god identified as Moloch was also found. In 1 Kings 11, verse 7, it is mentioned that King Solomon, influenced by his foreign wives, built a place of worship for Moloch near Jerusalem, an act that was later fiercely condemned in Jewish tradition. The most infamous site for Moloch worship was the Valley of Ben Hinnom, which later became a symbol of hell in Jewish and Christian tradition. Moloch became the symbol of moral evil in the Bible, not just because he was a foreign god, but because he demanded a practice that violated the values of life and sanctity emphasized by Yahweh. The worship of Molech represented the pinnacle of spiritual depravity, often linked to the moral downfall of Israel. Chemosh. Chemosh was the national god of the Moabites, frequently called the god of Moab in the Bible. 1 Kings 11, verse 7, 2 Kings 23, verse 13. In Moabite tradition, Chemosh was a god of war and the nation's protector, believed to grant victory or defeat in battle. He played a central role in Moab's political and spiritual identity, much like Yahweh did for Israel. King Solomon, in his old age, built a place of worship for Chemosh on the hill east of Jerusalem due to the influence of his foreign wives of 1 Kings 11, verse 7. This act was one of the reasons for God's anger towards Solomon, which ultimately led to the division of the Israelite kingdom after his death. A crucial archaeological source mentioning Chemosh is the nation Stele, 9th century BC, also known as the Moabite stone, discovered in 1868. On this inscription, King
What you
Mesha of
talking about,
Moab
man?
attributes his nation's defeats and victories to the favor or wrath of Chemosh. The stele reinforces the biblical narrative that Chemosh was central to Moabite worship and was used to justify their military campaigns. In the Bible, the worship of Chemosh is often juxtaposed with the idolatrous practices opposed by the prophets. King Josiah later destroyed the shrines for Chemosh in his effort to restore exclusive worship to Yahweh. 2 Kings 23, verse.
You know what though? This is what I be trying to figure out. How can they get somebody to translate that shit if them people thousand years of years dead or thousands of years from that dialect?
My point exactly too. Carry on.
13. The biblical narrative, Shamash was not just a foreign deity, but also a symbol of Israel's dangerous political alliances and spiritual deviation. Dagon. Dagon was a god highly revered by the Philistines, often associated with fertility and grain. While sometimes linked to the sea, archaeological and literary sources are still debated as to whether he was primarily a grain god or a sea god. In the Bible, Dagon is explicitly mentioned in Judges 16, verse 23, and 1 Samuel 5, where he appears as the national god of the Philistines and a symbol of their nation's strength. The most famous story involving Dagon occurs when the Philistines capture the Ark of the Covenant. After defeating the Israelites, they take the Ark to the temple of Dagon in the city of Ashdod and place it beside Dagon's statue. 1 Samuel 5, verse 2 to 4. The next morning, however, the statue is found fallen on its face before the Ark. After it is set back up, the statue is found fallen again the following day, this time with its head and arms broken off, leaving only its torso. This event is interpreted as a direct demonstration of Yahweh's power over the gods of other nations. Furthermore, in Judges 16, verse 23, Dagon is the god the Philistines are worshiping when they celebrate Samson's capture. In the climactic scene, Samson tears down the pillars of Dagon's temple, destroying it and killing thousands of Philistines, including their leaders. This event became a symbol of the defeat and humiliation of Dagon worship in the face of Yahweh's might. In the Bible, Dagon is not merely a foreign god, but a symbol of the limited power of other deities when confronted with the majesty and supremacy of Yahweh. Astarte. Astarte, called Ashtoreth in the Bible, was a goddess of fertility, love, and war originating from Canaanite and Phoenician traditions. She is synonymous with the Babylonian goddess Ishtar and the Sumerian goddess Inanna. She was often paired with Baal as a divine consort and was one of the deities who most frequently caused the Israelites to fall into idolatry. In 1 Kings 11, verse 5, King Solomon is said to have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, as a result of the influence of his foreign wives. This became one of the reasons for Yahweh's anger toward Solomon for turning his heart to other gods. In Judges 2, verse 13, Israel is explicitly said to have forsaken Yahweh to follow Baal and Ashtoreth, illustrating just how powerful this goddess's influence was among the Israelites. Astarte is often associated with sexual rituals and temple prostitution, which were considered part of fertility worship at
Oh,
the time. These practices were in stark opposition to Mosaic
prostitution.
law, which demanded moral and spiritual holiness. In iconography, Astarte is often depicted with symbols of stars, the moon, and horns, and sometimes holding weapons reflecting her aspects as a goddess of war and power. Archaeological evidence, such as small figurines and inscriptions bearing Astarte's name, has been found at various Canaanite and Phoenician sites, reinforcing her presence and influence in the daily life of the region's peoples. In the Bible, Ashtoreth became a symbol of the spiritual temptation that repeatedly drew Israel away from exclusive worship of Yahweh, representing the struggle between faithfulness and apostasy. Bel and Nebo. Bel and Nebo were two major deities in the Babylonian religion, mentioned explicitly in Isaiah 46, verse 1, which prophesies Bel bows down, Nebo stoops low, their idols are born by beasts of burden.
Beelzebub.
This verse symbolically depicts the collapse of Babylon's power, represented by its two chief gods. Bel was a title meaning Lord or Master.
You saying something?
No, go ahead. Go. No, let it play. Let it play.
In Canaanite culture. In the Babylonian context, Bel was identified with Marduk, the supreme god of Babylon, considered the creator and ruler of the universe. Marduk Bel had a great temple called the Esagila in the city of Babylon and was worshipped as the patron of the Babylonian Empire. He symbolized the political, military, and religious power of Babylon, which seemed unshakable at the time. Nebo, or Nabu in Babylonian texts, was the god of wisdom and writing. He was often depicted holding a stylus and was considered the scribe of human destiny. Nebo was also believed to be the patron of kings and scribes and was associated with the holy mountain city of Beersheba near Babylon. In Isaiah's prophecy, both are described as fallen gods, dragged away as cargo, unable to save their worshippers. This message theologically asserts Yahweh's sovereignty over all nations and their gods and foretells the fall of Babylon, which historically occurred when Persia conquered the city in 539 BC. Bel and Nebo became symbols of the collapse of worldly powers that oppose God, affirming that man-made deities cannot stand against the true power of Yahweh. Divine council. The concept of a divine council is one of the most mysterious and significant themes in biblical theology. Although the Bible strongly emphasizes monotheism, Several passages depict Yahweh as a king presiding over an assembly of heavenly beings, referred to in the text as sons of God, Ma ben Elohim, or even gods and Elohim in specific contexts. Psalm 82, verse 1 states, God resides in the great assembly, he renders judgment among the gods. This verse uses the word Elohim twice, and first referring to Yahweh, and second referring to other divine and heavenly beings in his council. In the following verses, these gods are condemned for their injustice and told they will die like mere mortals. This demonstrates that their authority is limited and subordinate to Yahweh's supreme sovereignty. In Job 1, verse 6, the sons of God gather before the Lord, and in this meeting, the Satan, Satan, is also present, indicating a heavenly court structure where decisions concerning humanity are made. This concept is similar to the divine structures in Mesopotamian and Canaanite cultures, where gods gathered in the heavenly council. However, it is unique in the Bible because Yahweh holds an unrivaled position of ultimate authority. Modern interpretations of the divine council often view these beings as high-ranking angels, spiritual rulers of nations, or even lesser gods who were later sidelined in the development of pure monotheism. The divine council reveals that the spiritual world of the Bible is more complex and hierarchical than a simple opposition between God and the devil, with Yahweh reigning as the supreme commander over all spiritual forces. The Nephilim. The Nephilim are among the most mysterious figures in the Bible, mentioned in Genesis 6, verse 1 through 4, and Numbers 13, verse 33. In Genesis, the Nephilim are described as appearing when the sons of God, Bene Elohim, took wives from the daughters of men, producing offspring who were the mighty men of old, men of renown. The term Nephilim is often translated as the fallen ones or giants, though its precise meaning is still debated. In some Jewish traditions and apocryphal interpretations, like the Book of Enoch, the Nephilim are considered the hybrid offspring of celestial beings, often identified as fallen angels, and human women, resulting in a race of powerful and violent giants. This story is often linked to the cause of the world's moral corruption before the Great Flood. In Numbers 13, verse 33, the Israelite spies returning from the land of Canaan report seeing Nephilim there, describing themselves as like grasshoppers in comparison. This shows that in the perception of the Israelites, the Nephilim were regarded as extraordinarily large and terrifying beings. The Nephilim are often connected to legends of giant races or priesthood heroes found in many ancient Near Eastern cultures. Some modern interpreters view the story of the Nephilim as an attempt to explain the origin of legendary figures of the past, while others interpret them literally as semi-divine beings. In biblical theology, the story of the Nephilim highlights a transgression of the boundary between the divine and human realms, which contributed to the moral decay before the flood and became one of the reasons God decided to destroy the earth in the time of Noah. The Queen of Heaven. The Queen of Heaven is a divine figure mentioned directly in Jeremiah 7, verse 18, and Jeremiah 44, verse 17 to 19 and 25. She was a goddess worshipped by a significant portion of the people of Judah, especially the women who burned incense, made cakes in her image, and poured out drink offerings to her. In the biblical context, worship of the Queen of Heaven was considered one of the greatest forms of rebellion against Yahweh. The exact identity of the Queen of Heaven is not specified in the Bible, but most biblical scholars and archaeologists associate this figure with Ishtar, Babylonian goddess, or Astarte Ashtoreth, a Canaanite goddess. Both were extremely popular goddesses of fertility, war, and love throughout the ancient Near East. They were often depicted with symbols of stars, the moon, or a throne, and are synonymous with the Great Mother goddess worshipped in various forms by many cultures. In Jeremiah 44, the Israelites in Egypt defiantly reject the prophet Jeremiah's warning to abandon the worship of the Queen of Heaven. They claim instead that their lives were prosperous when they worshipped her, and that disaster only struck when they stopped. This reveals how deeply entrenched the worship of the Queen of Heaven was in the people's beliefs, even superseding the influence of Yahweh's prophets. Worship of the Queen of Heaven was often linked to pagan rituals, such as baking special cakes, offering libations, and most likely ritual sexual practices. For biblical theology, this worship was the ultimate symbol of spiritual betrayal, which eventually brought judgment upon Jerusalem and Judah. The Queen of Heaven stands as a prime example of how religious syncretism, the blending of Yahweh worship with pagan religions, became a central theological crisis during the time of the prophets. The Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is the most sacred artifact in biblical narrative, a gold-covered chest whose construction is structured
There you
to
go.
lead
That was it. Oh, that was it on them.
Huh?
I said that was it. That was the six. That was it on them.
Yep. And I dozed off and went to sleep.
Yeah. So Ur and Babylon, that's in Iraq.
They got the Book of Moses. They got a lot of them. Check out ABC Explainer.
Oh no, yeah. But but Babylon, but let the people know that Babylon and that's Iraq. What Iraq is now, that's what. So matter of fact, now look up Anunnaki or the Sumerian tablet.
Anunnaki or the Sumerian tablet.
Either one.
Were you recently injured in a car accident? Look at this check for $160,000.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
This is a good way to segue into like what you do, and because these subjects, so many of these subjects, so many people have like an instantaneous reaction. Yeah. And that instantaneous reaction, oh, hogwash. Yeah. If this was true, I would already know about it. It would be taught in universities. Yeah. It would all be. But then you find out like no one is really just kind of trying to piece stuff together, specifically talking about these ancient tablets, which are to me some of the most interesting things about ancient history, particularly what came out of ancient Sumer. Yeah, ancient Sumer. When you look at their tablets and like, what are they saying, and why would they dedicate so much time to talking about this stuff? Exactly. Why do they have pictures of giant, enormous people-looking things with like a humanoid with a tail sitting on their lap? Like, what is this? Just fiction? Like, why would they detail this? And how do they have a representation of the solar system with the correct amount of planets and relatively the correct order and size? It's not exact, but it's an artistic version of the real thing. Yeah. And how the hell? How the hell 6,000, 5,000 years ago do they know that? Yeah. And what explanations do we have? Like, what's the conventional explanations when people try to dismiss what they knew in ancient Sumer?
Well, the conventional explanation is always going to the term mythology. They throw mythology around, left and right to cover up the fact that they have no clue or idea. So they turn it into mythology so they can kind of say it's all fantasy and fairy tales, and this is how they express themselves or how they understood the universe. It's all mythology, it's all fake, but in reality, it's not all fake. These people left behind such detailed records and information. It's a time capsule of information on stone tablets for us today to be able to decipher, break down, and understand, and that's what we're here to do now.
When you look at these ancient languages like cuneiform, can you read that? Do you know how to read it?
Yeah, a small amount of it. Yeah, study it from books that I have bought right off of Amazon. Yeah, so basically, you take a stick. It looks like a stick with a kind of a curved end, right, almost sharpened. It's called a stylus.
This nigga said he learned how to read cuneiform off books he got off of.
Right, and then you take a piece of
what you say?
Hey, you hear this punk say he learned how to read cuneiform by books he bought off of Amazon. A little bit.
So we gonna need his information then.
Yeah, these motherfuckers be crazy, but I fuck with Billy Garzes a little bit though. Go ahead. But I was talking about an actual story that's talking about the Anunnaki. He ain't finna get into it. Like, so it can explain to y'all what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It's
I got the full
exquisite.
story right here.
With Walmart's express delivery, you could as fast as an hour.
They were never gods. They only made sure you believed they were, long before the stories of Genesis were ever told, before the pyramids reached for the sky or the stars were mapped by priest kings. There were beings who came from beyond. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens to earth. And whether you see them as ancient astronauts, fallen angels, or something in between, one truth remains. Their presence shaped the very roots of human civilization, and their legacy has never truly left us. Everything we were taught about human origins, about divine beings and sacred myths, was carefully curated to keep one thing hidden, that these were not gods to be worshipped, but entities with agendas, technologies, and powers we barely understand. The stories were rewritten, the symbols buried, and what remained was only what they allowed. A world where you forgot who you were and who they really were. What if everything you believe about where we come from is a carefully constructed illusion? What if the origin of humanity, as told by scientists and theologians alike, is missing the most vital piece, not by accident, but by design? The earliest known civilization to write anything down, the Sumerians, didn't speak of evolution or divine creation in the way we've come to accept. They spoke of sky beings, the Anunnaki, not in poetic metaphor, not as distant gods hidden in the clouds, but as real, physical beings who came to Earth with purpose. According to these ancient tablets, written thousands of years before the Bible, the Anunnaki didn't just influence humanity, they made us. You're told we emerged from apes through slow, chaotic evolution. Random mutations, natural selection, survival of the fittest. And yet suddenly, around 200,000 years ago, modern Homo sapiens appeared, fully formed, with language capacity, spiritual instinct, and the ability to build, farm, organize, and worship. That kind of leap doesn't just happen. No other species on Earth has experienced anything like it. The gap between what came before us and what we became is a chasm science still can't fully explain. But the Sumerians had an answer. According to their records, the Anunnaki came to Earth in search of gold, a vital element, not just for wealth, but for sustaining their planet's atmosphere and energy system. Finding early hominids here, they saw potential, but not usefulness. So they intervened. They didn't simply enslave us, they re-engineered us. Enki and Ninhursag, two prominent Anunnaki figures, are said to have combined their own essence with that of the primitive human species. The result, a genetically altered human, capable of thought, language, obedience, and labor. You won't hear this in a classroom. You won't see it in a Sunday sermon, because this version of our past doesn't position us as miraculous, God-chosen beings or noble survivors of nature. It positions us as a created species, modified by outsiders, and possibly still watched. This is the part they don't want you to ask about. It strips away the illusion that our governments, religions, or institutions have all the answers. Because the moment you start questioning where we really come from, you start questioning everything that followed. Who wrote our history? Who benefits from what we believe? The Sumerians weren't alone. Similar creation stories echoed through other ancient cultures. Stories of gods descending from the stars, mixing their seed with seed, teaching us the arts of civilization. In the book of Genesis, the sons of God took wives from the daughters of men. In ancient Egypt, divine bloodlines ruled for generations. In the Mahabharata and other Vedic texts, beings descended in flying crafts called Vimanas and intervened in human affairs. Different names, same pattern, different myths, message. And still, we're told it's all allegory, stories, coincidences, anything but fact. But what if those stories were never meant to be taken as metaphor? What if they were preserved not as myths, but as warnings? There's a reason why mainstream academia avoids the Anunnaki. There's a reason ancient tablets like the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis are rarely discussed outside obscure lectures or fringe forums. Because once you allow the possibility that the Anunnaki were real, you open the door to the most forbidden truth of all, that humanity is not the pinnacle of creation, but the result of ancient intervention, and that changes everything. Some knowledge, though, runs too deep for platforms like this. If you want access to more of what can't be spoken here, join our free newsletter, Insights Academy, via the link in the description, And for a limited time, you'll also receive a free copy of the Kai Bailey when you sign it. Because the truth is not only deeper than you think, it's been waiting, buried in plain sight. And now that you've glimpsed the edge, the real journey begins. Not into outer space, but into the suppressed archives of our past. The question is no longer whether the Anunnaki existed. The question is, what part of you did they design and why? They didn't come down in robes of light. They didn't float through the clouds playing harps or whispering divine wisdom. The Sumerians didn't describe their gods with the mystery and metaphor we've come to expect. They were clear, matter of fact, almost clinical. The Anunnaki were sky beings, flesh and blood entities who arrived from the heavens in ships of fire and thunder. And when they landed, they didn't just observe humanity from afar. They intervened, ruled, and forever altered the course of our species. The name Anunnaki translates roughly to those who from the heavens came to earth. They were said to descend from a place called Nibiru, a mysterious celestial body described in the tablets as part of our solar system, though hidden from modern view. According to Sumerian records, the Anunnaki were not a mythological pantheon, but a royal family of advanced beings with a clear hierarchy, individual personalities, and internal conflicts. They had politics, rivalries, and roles, not unlike the rulers of Earth they later shaped in their image. At the head of this hierarchy were figures like Anu, the Sky Father, the sovereign ruler of Nibiru, Enlil, the strict and often harsh enforcer of order, and Enki, the genetic scientist and more sympathetic figure toward humanity. Enki, according to many texts, was responsible for designing us, modifying early hominids to serve the needs of the Anunnaki. But he didn't just create us as machines. Some say he embedded within us a piece of something divine, something the others feared. Enki's counterpart, Enlil, on the other hand, is often portrayed as humanity's oppressor, enraged by our growing independence, disturbed by our spiritual potential. It was Enlil, according to the Atrahasis epic, who ordered the Great Flood to wipe out humans when they became too noisy, too aware. Enki, in defiance, warned a human, Ziusudra, much like the biblical Noah, and ensured the survival of our country. This wasn't mythology. This was war between higher beings, and we were the battlefield. Different cultures have remembered them differently. In Babylon, they were the gods of power and empire. In Egypt, the divine pharaohs claimed to carry their blood. In Mesoamerican civilizations, the sky serpents and bearded gods brought astronomy, architecture, and law. Everywhere they went, the Anunnaki, or beings like them, left behind two things: the sudden rise of civilization and the stories of beings descending from the sky. But who were they really? Were they extraterrestrials from a hidden planet, interdimensional architects of form and matter, or were they something else entirely? Advanced entities beyond the human mind's full grasp. What matters more than their origin is their influence. They didn't just give us tools and symbols. They gave us structure, society, religion, royalty, law, and perhaps most importantly, they gave us hierarchy. The belief that some are born above and others below. That knowledge belongs to the few. That obedience is sacred. In many ways, the world we live in is still Anunnaki in design. The gods may no longer, but their systems too. The birth of power structure for divine expression of knowledge beneath their control. These are not organic. They were taught and protected by myth. Because to question the unknown is to question every institution that every story that birth. And maybe that's why these beings were remembered not just as creators, but as deceivers. They gave us fire and made us kneel for it. The more you learn, the more the veil begins to thin, and what you find behind it is not a fantasy, but a history too uncomfortable for the modern world to acknowledge. Because if these beings were real, and they did shape us, the next question isn't just who they were, it's whether they ever truly Civilization didn't slowly emerge from scattered tribes and simple tools. It erupted. Practically overnight, complex societies appeared. Agriculture, city planning, mathematics, astronomy, laws, priesthoods, language systems, even large-scale architecture. The official narrative struggles to explain how nomadic humans suddenly developed everything required to build and govern cities like Ur, Eridu, and Babylon. But the ancient Sumerians didn't do that. They told us who brought it. According to the tablets, these beings didn't just visit, they stayed. They ruled, governed, instructed. Each Anunnaki god was assigned a city, a purpose, and a dominion over specific human affairs. Enki taught the secrets of water and agriculture. Ninhursag guided the healing arts and biology. Enlil handed down laws and political structures. They didn't merely give us information. They constructed the very fabric of civilization. But with every gift, there was a leash. The Sumerians didn't see their relationship with the Anunnaki as one of love and light. They described servitude, expectation, duty. Humans were created, in the words of the ancient texts, to bear the load of the gods. We weren't made for freedom. We were made for function. The sudden rise of farming, calendar systems, ritual worship, and labor isn't just a coincidence of progress. It's a sign of design, a system installed. This is the part the mainstream always avoids, because it forces us to ask the uncomfortable question: were the Anunnaki our benefactors or our overseers? They gave us laws, but demanded loyalty. They gave us temples, but insisted on worship. They brought knowledge, but locked it in priesthoods and hierarchies. And while some among them, like Enki, may have tried to elevate humanity, the overarching system was not built to empower, it was built to control. Look closely, and you'll see the fingerprints of this control in nearly every ancient culture. In Egypt, knowledge was held by a priest class who served the god. In India, a rigid caste system defined one's role. In Mesoamerica, rulers claimed divine rights through bloodlines tied to celestial beings. Everywhere, the same pattern emerges. Power flows downward from the divine source, and obedience is the price of it. The Anunnaki model wasn't just spiritual, it was structural. It embedded itself into our architecture, our governance, even our daily routine. Cities were built around temples, not people. Time was measured by ritual, food production, language, even man, all shaped by doctrine and love. And so humanity stepped servant to a system. But this wasn't just physical. It was psychological. Anunnaki didn't just work. They wanted loyalty. Kind that can only come from. They became gods. They wrapped their technology in their power and ritual, their agenda and prophecy. And over generations, their presence faded, but their systems remained. We inherited the scaffold of their rule and called it progress. Think of what was lost. Humanity had its own rhythms, its own connection to the earth, its own intuitive spirituality. But those ways were overridden. The world became divided, externalized, hierarchical. Spirituality became obedience. Community became class. Wisdom became doctrine. And the gods smiled from above, while we forgot who we were below. This is not a call to demonize the past. It's a call to remember it clearly. Because until we confront what was given and what was taken, we'll keep mistaking control for culture and servitude for sacredness. The Anunnaki may have helped build our world, not for us, for them. You've been told the past is behind you, that the stories of ancient gods have nothing to do with the systems you live under today. But the truth is, the blueprint the Anunnaki left behind didn't vanish with the temples. It was inherited, copied, and modernized. What once required thrones and rituals now hides behind office desks, courtrooms, and corporations. But the architecture of control, it's the same. The vertical structure of power, the idea that some are born to rule and others are born to serve, was seeded in the early temples of Mesopotamia. The concept of divine kingship, passed down from the heavens, was the Anunnaki's way of installing earthly rulers who acted as their proxies. This wasn't governance by the people. It was management by bloodline, sanctioned from the stars. And it worked. It works still. Today we don't bow before Enlil or Anu, but we follow systems built in their image. President, CEO, they all operate within a hierarchy rooted in ancient control. Modern politics is theater on a very old stage. The symbols have changed, the titles have shifted, but the structure is intact. There is always a ruling class, a priesthood of knowledge, and a working population bound by invisible chains, law, debt, belief. The financial system, another layer of the design. The Sumerians were the first to invent currency and contracts. Coincidence or necessity? You control people more efficiently through numbers than you ever could through swords. Modern economies are governed not by truth, but by trust. Trust in a system built to benefit the few. Elites who trace their power through legacy, secrecy, and lineage. The divine right of kings has simply become the silent privilege of dynasties. Religion plays its part too. Organized doctrines echo the priesthoods of old, repeating sacred stories while keeping their true meanings hidden. Layers of symbolism, only understood by the initiated, passed down through mystery schools and secret societies. The gods were replaced by saints, the rituals adjusted for new empires, but the energy is the same. Worship, sacrifice, obedience, a narrow path sold as salvation. And behind the curtain, silence, control. Even education isn't safe from this movement. Children are trained to recite, repeat, conform, rarely to question. Creativity is boxed in. Intuition is dismissed. The goal isn't to ignite minds, but to shape them. And when you follow the trail far enough, you'll find that many institutions of knowledge trace their lineage back to ancient systems of control, wrapped in modern terms like academic excellence or standardized success. The Anunnaki's influence didn't vanish. It was institutionalized, encoded into every layer of society until the structure itself became invisible. So you go to school, get a job, pay taxes, obey laws, and never once ask, where did this framework come from? Why does power always trickle down? Why is it taboo to question the roots of authority? Because that's the genius of the system. It trained you to protect it, to ridicule anything that challenges the narrative, to mock ancient knowledge while kneeling before artificial intelligence, to call yourself free while living on a leash you can't even see. It's not oppression in chains, it's programming in comfort. And the ones pulling the strings don't need to show their faces anymore. They wrote the blueprint, set it loose, and let it run itself. But here's the twist. They didn't just program society. They programmed your beliefs, your sense of possibility, your perception of history. And until you unlearn their story, you can never fully reclaim your own. The Anunnaki didn't just build cities, laws, and kingdoms. They encoded something far more powerful, knowledge. But not the kind you find in textbooks or temples. This was sacred knowledge, hidden in symbols, embedded in stories, passed down through rituals and mystery schools, not meant for the masses, but for the few. Because information is power, and real power has always been about what's kept hidden, not what's revealed. Look closely, and you'll see it everywhere. In the geometry of ancient temples, in the alignment of sacred sites to celestial bodies, in the recurring numbers, the mirrored myths, the silent patterns that whisper through history, from the spirals of Mesopotamian art to the architecture of Egyptian pyramids, from the chakra systems of the East to the hermetic principles of the West. It's all part of the same code, a language of consciousness, a map of reality. The Sumerians weren't just record keepers, they were translators of cosmic law. They spoke of the me, divine decrees or energetic laws that governed not just society, but existence itself. These weren't rules for behavior, they were principles of creation, like the hermetic laws described thousands of years later. As above, So below, the principle of vibration, the law of polarity. And those laws weren't invented. They were remembered, preserved, protected, because they are the mechanisms of the universe, and whoever understands them can bend reality to their will. This is where the story of the Anunnaki shifts from historical to spiritual. Because these beings didn't just manipulate genes, they manipulated frequency, consciousness, perception. They understood that reality is not just physical, but vibrational. That thought creates form. That belief shapes the outcome. And that if you can control what a being believes, you can control what that being experiences. So they didn't just engineer humanity, they engineered belief systems. They embedded their story in religion, myth, and archetype, making themselves gods, hiding universal truth beneath divine drama. They gave humanity rituals that mimic true spiritual practices, but without the keys, symbols without context, power without access. And so humanity forgot not just who the Anunnaki were, but who they themselves were meant to become. The knowledge wasn't lost, it was hidden, preserved in ancient texts, sacred geometry, initiatory traditions, and cryptic metaphors. It appears in the Kybalion, in Gnostic texts, in the Emerald Tablets. It whispers through tarot, alchemy, astrology, but always just out of reach for the average seeker. Because this knowledge was dangerous to those who built systems on ignorance. What they feared wasn't rebellion, it was remembrance. Because a human being who understands the true nature of consciousness becomes ungovernable. That kind of awareness dissolves hierarchy, shatters control, and rewrites the script from within. That kind of human doesn't obey, they create. And that's the one thing the old gods couldn't tolerate. But here's the beauty of it. You were never meant to stay asleep. The code is still here. The clues have survived. And if you follow them, if you study the patterns, if you question the myths and listen to your inner knowing, you begin to unlock what was always yours. You don't need a temple. You don't need permission. You need awareness, discipline, and the courage to unlearn what they taught you to believe. The Anunnaki didn't just give humanity civilization. They left behind a test. Would we stay in the cage, mesmerized by stories and blinded by worship? Or would we decode the truth, reclaim the knowledge, and rise, not as servants, but as creators? The more you learn about the Anunnaki, the harder it becomes to place them in a neat box. Were they gods, engineers, saviors, slavers? The ancient texts don't tell a simple story of good versus evil. They tell a fractured tale of rivalry, rebellion, and dual agendas. The Anunnaki weren't a unified force. They were divided, and humanity was caught in the middle. At the heart of this division were two brothers, Enki and Enlil, both sons of Anu, the supreme ruler of their world, but with very different visions for ours. Enki, the scientist, the architect of humanity, was said to be compassionate, curious, and perhaps even protective of his creation. He saw potential in humans, something sacred, something worth preserving. Enlil, on the other hand, was tools, to him to annoy a mistake that needed management. These weren't abstract differences. They played out in the oldest stories ever written. When humanity grew too numerous, too loud, too independent, it was Enlil who called for our destruction. It was Enlil who unleashed the flood to reset the experiment. And it was Enki who warned one man, Ziusudra, ensuring that humanity would survive. Sound familiar? Because thousands of years later, the same story was retold in the book of Genesis, with the names changed, the gods hidden, but the structure intact. This duality runs deeper than myth. It reflects the tension that still exists in the world today. One force that seeks to control, to limit, to dominate, and another that seeks to awaken, to liberate, to evolve. Both are embedded in our systems, our stories, and even our psyche. Because whether or not you believe in ancient sky beings, you live in a world shaped by their legacy, a world where control is disguised as order and freedom is framed as chaos. It's tempting to view the Anunnaki as villains, as enslavers who hijacked a planet and bent its native species to their will. And there is evidence, linguistic, architectural, symbolic, that supports this interpretation. But it's just as possible that within their ranks were rebels, whistleblowers, protectors, that not all Anunnaki agreed with the plan, that some of them, like Enki, planted seeds of resistance, coded into our DNA myths, waiting for us to remember. Because maybe the real story isn't about them. Maybe it's about us, about whether we remain caught in the legacy of division or learn to integrate both sides of our inheritance, the programmed obedience and the divine spark, the shadow and the light, the creator and the rebel. If Enki saw something in us worth saving, maybe that's because he saw what we've forgotten, that we are not just modified primates, crafted for servitude. We are vessels of consciousness, capable of memory, choice, and transformation. We are the unfinished story, the part of the equation that was never meant to follow the script. And if that's true, then the narrative shifts. The Anunnaki weren't gods or devils. They were catalysts. They introduced complexity, duality, conflict, and then they stepped back, or were forced to, leaving us to write the next chapter. The chapter where we decide who we truly are, not in their image, but in our own. If they came once, who's to say they won't come again? That question has haunted researchers, spiritualists, and ancient cultures for thousands of years. Because for many, the Anunnaki story doesn't end with their departure. It continues with a promise or a warning of their return. The Sumerians never said the Anunnaki left for good. In fact, their texts suggest they were cyclical visitors, appearing at specific intervals tied to celestial rituals. The concept of Nibiru, a mysterious planet or celestial body associated with the Anunnaki, is often mentioned as having an elongated orbit, one that brings it into Earth's vicinity every few thousand years. Mainstream science dismisses this as a myth, yet modern astronomers have quietly required the possibility of undiscovered nine at the edge of our solar system. Coincidence or breadcrumb? Ancient prophecies across cultures seem to echo the same theme. Beings from the sky, who came once and will return when the stars align. The Hopi speak of star brothers. The Dogon tribe of Mali hold complex astronomical knowledge they attribute to visitors from Sirius. The Mayan calendar marked great cycles of return, and even the Bible warns of gods descending from the heavens in the final days. Could these stories all be describing the same event, using different language? Some believe the Anunnaki never left, that they simply stepped back, concealed themselves, or operate on planes of existence our senses can't yet perceive, that their influence is still here, only hidden behind the faces of world leaders, bloodlines, secret society. Others think they remain distant, observant, waiting for the right moment to return, not as saviors, not as tyrants, but as a test. Because if they do return, what will they find? A humanity still asleep, worshipping false idols, obeying systems built in their image, or a species awakening to its sovereignty, ready to meet them as equals rather than subjects? That's the real question. Maybe the Anunnaki aren't just external beings from another planet, but symbolic reflections of something deeper. The forces of evolution, transformation, reckoning. Their return might not look like spaceships descending over cities. It might look like a mass awakening, a collapse of the false systems, a remembering of what was buried. Maybe their return is already happening through dreams, intuition, DNA activation, and the collective call to something greater. Think about the time we're living in, the rapid collapse of old structures, the exposure of secrets, the hunger for meaning beyond materialism, the rise of spiritual consciousness, metaphysics, and ancient wisdom coming back into focus. These aren't random, they're signals, birth pangs of a species preparing for something it can't fully explain, but feels in its bones. We're not waiting for the Anunnaki to return. We're preparing to meet them consciously, because if they appear again, physically or symbolically. They won't be looking for slaves or worshippers. They'll be looking for those who broke the program, those who saw through the illusion of hierarchy and reclaimed their place in the cosmic conversation. The return isn't about us. It's about us. Are we ready? From the moment you took your first breath, the forgetting began. Not because you were weak or flawed or incapable, but because the world you were born into was built to make you forget. Forget the truth of who you are. Forget the origins of your species. Forget the codes embedded in your blood and the ancient echoes still pulsing in your dreams. You weren't just taught facts, you were conditioned with beliefs. And belief, more than knowledge, shapes reality. You were told we came from nothing, a cosmic accident. Cells, then fish, then monkeys, then humans. No design, no purpose, no higher intelligence. Just chaos dressed up with science. And if that story didn't fit, there was another one waiting. About divine creation by a distant, untouchable God who made you separate from him, forever beneath. Either way, the message was the same. You're small, you're powerless, and the best you can do is obey the rules, fit the mold, and wait your turn to die. But the ancient texts tell a different story, one where humans were made in the image of something far greater than we've been told, but not for freedom, for service, for control. The Anunnaki didn't give us full autonomy. They gave us just enough to function, not enough to rebel. Yet somehow, the spark got through. A glitch in the program, a fragment of something they couldn't fully suppress. Consciousness, soul, the blueprint of awakening. And that's why so much of your life has been spent in distraction. Entertainment designed to numb, schooling designed to mold, religion designed to shame. A world obsessed with external validation so you never stop to listen to the quiet voice inside that still remembers. Because the greatest threat to the system is not revolution, it's remembrance. A human who remembers they are more than flesh is a danger to everything built to contain them. But you're starting to remember, aren't you? The cracks are forming. The systems feel hollow. The stories no longer hold. Something ancient stirs within you. Not fear, but recognition. A feeling that all the myths, all the symbols, all the dreams you couldn't explain are pieces of a larger puzzle. One the Anunnaki never wanted you to complete. Because when you remember, you no longer need permission. You no longer worship the gods. They become mirrors, not masters. You begin to see the rituals for what they are, the hierarchies for what they've always been. Distractions, illusions of control, echoes of a system that only survives if you remain asleep. But this is where the story changes. Not because the
you.